This is 25 to Life with Uncle Yashua.
Rolling down 109 in a truck. Pull my ride up to the light, that's what's up. Look to my right and it's a ride rolling up. It's Lucci telling me tonight we in the club. He got the 24 road Escalade. He got the Lamborghini doors like they blades. His hammers ring cause that's how he was raised. His palace mob and tonight we get
Listen, I'm from the ghetto, the slums, the rats, the roaches, the bums, the metal that stuns, the addicts, the cracks, the crumbs. The level with funds is tragic and lavish is none. With rebels, they runs and rabbits like savages' sons. With did him and bigger and swiftly he shined the mug. That city up here with 50 took 9 of them slugs. This is 25 to Life with Uncle Yashua. This is
What's good? What's good? 25 to Life Testimony TV family. All right, let me check my mic. Make sure my mic sounds nice. Check one. All right, good. It's not even loud. I don't know how loud I'm going to get. Let me see. Am I get really? Oh, that clipped. All right, I'm probably going to get a little loud. I'm telling a story about my big homies, Big Bump and Little Bump. Shout out to Big Bump and Little Bump. Shout out to New York City. Shout out to Strong Island. You heard? That's Long Island. For those who don't know, Long Island. You see? You see how I said that island? Long Island. Strong Island. All right, shout out to New York City. Sorry, my lips looked all kind of chapped. I just washed up. I'm trying to rush. All right, so let me see. Let me see if I get loud. All right, there you go. Now it ain't even going to peak if I get crazy loud, which I might get. I don't know. Some stuff coming out tonight. Yeah, I'm going to tell this story tonight, and there's some stuff coming out. I ain't trying to embarrass nobody. I ain't trying to do nothing. I'm just going to tell the truth. You heard? Now remember, on this channel, if y'all go back in my stories, I told a story how I took a L. I took a loss, right? I told a story how, I always tell you I ain't the toughest from my hood. Far from. Some real monsters come from my hood. Come from Strong Island, Hempstead, Strong Island. Shout out to Roosevelt and all that. Shout out to the whole Strong Island. But some real monsters come from Hempstead, Strong Island, right? So, but I was definitely official. You heard? And tough. And had the ultimate respect. You heard? Now, if I could tell a story on my channel, how I took an L, you heard? Some of the strongest took an L. I don't think there's nobody who was really out there official who never took a loss, who never took an L. From when you was little going up. You got to have an L somewhere in your card. If you ain't got no L at all ever in life, I don't know what that is. I don't know. Maybe you ain't never been really out in those streets like that. Maybe you ain't never really been out fighting like that. Hold on. Let me look at the comments. Let me make sure y'all can hear me, first of all, because I don't want to be talking for a long time. Okay. Ain't nobody say that they can't hear me. Shout out to Sister Phyllis Richards. Shout out to Lara Shah, y'all Dylan out there in the building. Shout out to everybody. Shout out to Lava Yah, Hana Yah, the Don 88. Shout out to the United Kingdom, the UK, my brothers and sisters out there in the UK. Shout out to the Don 88 in the building. Yahakanan, Wayah, Lava Yah. Shout out to everybody in the building. Sorry if I'm missing somebody so far. Zayala Yah. All right. So we're going to get started. Shout out to the whole Mashiach Assembly Ministries, House of Yah in the building, supporting their brother, Unc. All right. Shout out to New York City. They'll be coming over on Facebook. They'll be watching it later or whatever. I don't know who coming in the building tonight. But let's go. All right. So now, I ain't talking about you, Wyatt. You ain't from the hood. Wyatt, I don't really got so much, so I haven't taken an L. I ain't talking about you, Wyatt. You from the suburbs. I mean, you ain't from, I don't know. You young. I'm talking about those from the hood. You ain't from the hood. You ain't from the streets. All right. Talking about those from the ghetto, the slums, the rats, the roaches, the bums. Shout out to Brooklyn Red in the building. Why, talking about, I ain't take too many L's, Unc. He like, Uncle, I haven't taken too many L's. We ain't talking about you, why? All right, all right. Let's go. Let's go. He say he from the boonies. There you go. You learn it. We definitely call it the boonies. From the boondocks. All right. Shout out to Tennessee. Shout out to Tennessee in the building. Tennessee. All right. Now, tonight's story. Tonight's story is it's one, as I said, these stories in this channel, this Testimony TV, it's not to glorify and big up any type of behaviors that we did as youth in New York City during the crack era. All right. This is just testimony of the trials and tribulations and the life that we live, that some of us that made it to be adulthood survived. It's just like a survival testament and stories, because a lot of these situations was instituted upon us, the so-called black people in these ghettos. All right. We didn't create these ghettos. We didn't create. If it was up to us, I can guarantee you, if you can ask any adult who made it, most, probably 99.9%, because you got your crazies, right? But if you can ask any moral, functional adult who made it, survive the crack era and stuff like that, and the heroin era, they will tell you that if it was up to them and they could have wrote their childhood and their life, they probably would have had two parents who loved them, nurtured them, cared for them, and lived in a community that supported, like a village, that, it takes a village to raise a child, and had good schooling, safe neighborhoods, able to, pursue their dreams, white picket fence, they wouldn't have chosen to live in no ghettos, slums, with no rats, roaches, and bums. That's the intro to my channel, my song. I'm from the ghetto, the slums, the rats, the roaches, the bums, the metal that stuns, the addicts, the cracks, the crumbs. So you're getting crumbs instead of eating food. You got addicts, heroin addicts, and crackheads. You see? That metal gun that stuns. You see? You got rats, you got roaches, and you got winos and bums. This is my reality. This is our reality in this project experiment that the system did on our people, the so-called black people. All right. And they spread them into these ghettos and did these experiments to see how would they survive. It was really to exterminate us. Great job. Then they built the prison houses, the system, modern day slavery. So we're not making excuses for this life, right? We're not making excuses, but we also not gonna, but they blame us for the situation that we come from and the things that we were faced and the things we did from the environment and survival. Because you had some that came from decent homes with a mother and a father, and that provided and stuff like that, who had, it could seem, more of an opportunity to do better. And I don't want to speak outside of my knowledge base, but for the most part, I think my two big bros that I'm gonna tell the story on tonight, Big Bump and Little Bump, I think they had some of that foundation, because I see them, I see Big Bump posting pictures of his dad still alive, looking good, and their mom. I think they had that. I'm not sure. Big Bump will have to tell me that, or somebody else would have to let me know. But from the pictures and what I see that he posts on Facebook nowadays, I think they might have had a mom and a dad, in a more stable, right? But even those who have that, who are raised right by the ghetto, like right. So in where I'm from in Hempstead, you can have a tree-lined street with nice little resident houses, but right up the street is a projects. You see? And then over here is more houses, but they are like ran down. They're like slum houses. And then the next block over is a decent little tree-lined houses where the parents probably got, sanitation jobs or, good jobs. And 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 then your child goes to the same elementary school as I did. But I'm from the ghetto. I'm from the projects. But they're from a nice they could have had a better chance. Our brother Red says just like Flatbush. So so back then, especially in the 70s and 80s, the so-called black people, we didn't send our children to private schools and stuff like that. So more than likely, your child who has a better shot at life, you sending them to this elementary school with us hood rats. You understand? Then he's gonna go to this by the time, so he has to adapt. He has to survive this environment. And if remember genetics that are passed down. So if the dad or the mom in their bloodline, they wasn't no punks, then your child ain't gonna be no punk. You know what I mean? So he gonna fight when he get to that school, and he might have lunch because he might have a mom and a dad who provided for them in a nice clean home and upstairs, downstairs, got their own bedroom. But he's going to school with somebody who's sharing a bedroom, one bedroom with 10 people sleeping on the floor with roaches and stuff like that. Those the environment of that child individual is much more toxic. So he's going to bring that toxicity to school. He's going to bring that with them, and even in the neighborhood. So when your child goes to the park, because your tree line street, now it's not no big rich street, but decent clean manicured lawns and stuff is right up the street from the projects. It's right. And then the other street over, or the two houses down, is the house with with the sheets over the window. No blinds, no curtains. They got sheets over the window. You see? So I'm saying this because where I come from, I know quite a few people who the outside will look at like, well, they probably had a good opportunity. They had a mom and a dad, and they had a nice house and all that. But one of them or all of them turned thugger. Like, was hardcore. Because they had to survive the same thing we had to survive. And then it also goes by individuality. Because the story I'm going to tell tonight was two brothers. My big brother, Big Bump, and my big brother, Little Bump, from my hood. Big Bump is Little Bump's big brother. Now, neither the Little Bump ain't little, just so y'all know. I don't want y'all to think he's some short dude like Lil E. He ain't little. He probably like Little Bump is probably like 6. I'm 6'1", so he's probably like 6'3", something like that, right? Kind of slim, got some weight to him, but like he don't work out and all that type stuff, but he don't got to. He one of those, he don't got to. little Bump official, right? Working out or not, you better know how to fight mess around with Little Bump, right? Or be very official. All right. So I don't want you to think I guess he got nicknamed Lil Bump because he's Big Bump's little brother. All right. So now the Big Bump and Little Bump are two brothers. And because of Facebook, I get to see their dad, and I get to say, oh, wow, that's beautiful. That's why I told Big Bump, man, he's still got his dad looking all sharp and handsome. And it's just so blessed, man. People are so blessed, guys. If you got your parents, if you had parents, you're blessed. I just didn't have none, they abandoned me. So, I had, I was born with a mom and a dad, but they left me. It is what it is, right? So for those who have that, you're so blessed. I don't care if you just got one or both. right? And to still have it nowadays, oh my goodness. Now, I don't even know what I would do if I had a mom or a dad to love on. And oh man, y'all guys are so blessed. So anyway, the story is you have you have Big Bump and you have Little Bump. And if you take their life projections, the path, right? You know how everyone has a path in their life, right? And it's based on factors in our life. Decisions, everything's based on decisions. So all the Folio stuff, it was still based on my decisions, but environment plays a part in it. That's why they did this rat experiment with humans. And I did that on the channel. It was the channel, the video, the live on this video, it says from projects to Iggers or something like that, right? That's the experiment. Y'all need to watch that. It shows the rat experiment where they place these rats into this environment, placed them in, and showed that the decline in their morality and their attitudes and the different things that affected them. And with that, they built ghettos and built projects and stuff to house us so that we could just start to destroy one another and decimate as a people and to, so this was all now. We all have paths in our life, but what people fail to realize is you can't judge each individual because unless you was there every step of the way and had some type of spiritual insight to see in their mind and their thoughts and the things they dealt with, why they chose this path or why this path of events happened in their life. So you can have two brothers that start out or two sisters that start out both with the equal thing. One would seem to go, well, I'm gonna say to the left. I'm gonna say the street life, the ghetto life, the thugger life, is to the left, and the more straight and narrow life, I would say that's to the right, right? Let's just use that as scenario. And if you haven't really experienced the hood and understand, you can't judge and say, well, your brother or your sister, she did this and she got all A's and she did this and she's a doctor or she's this, and you're in prison because that brother or sister is not me. You don't know the things I was created individual and I have thoughts. I have spirits that speak. I have factors in my life and environmental things that happened to me that might have took my life on another trajectory. Whether it was a good decision or bad, it just is. You understand? And we can both, because I raised two children like that. I raised Star and Rashawn. They only 2 years apart, raised them from birth to adulthood, and they both had equal everything. And Star, what you call that? President's Awards, valedictorians, all that. And Rashawn, Lil Viking, got kicked out of every school in New York and every alternative school in New York. The bad schools where they send kids who are bad to alternatives, kicked out of every alternative school. Been to jail, but they both had equal. But I don't know what's in his heart, mind, what spirits are talking to him to make him make these decisions. All I know is that they had both equal playing field. Now, I'm saying this because in the story tonight, these two brothers, my big brother, Big Bump, seem, for what I observed, someone can tell me if I'm wrong or not. I never seen Big Bump sell any drugs or or be like a gangster or shoot anybody. I don't know if he ever did, or rob anybody, or do any thugger things that I was doing, that I had done in my life. But I did my time for all the crimes committed back then. I'm a man of the Most High. These are past stories from the 80s, right? Tonight's stories are basically from the 80s. I think it stays in the 80s for the most part. All right. Now, now, so I'm not going to be saying any crimes, anything to to convict anybody of nothing. All right, I'm very careful, and I'm very going to be very careful of what I say tonight. Shout out to D Nice. Shout out to D Nice in the building over on Facebook. So I'm gonna be very careful of what I speak on tonight, because I don't want to speak on someone when I don't know where they at in life, or what they're doing, or things that somebody might not want said about them. You know what I mean? All right. Now, so now the I'm not sure if she said it's me, Star. My daughter? My daughter, Star? No, it said what's good, my bro. Oh, Star, which one? Which Star? Star Crimes? Star the Gift? Let me know. Or Star. All right, Star the Gift. Star Crimes in the building. Shout out to Star Crimes in the building. Dipshit. Shout out to my brother Star Crimes. You already know who he is from all the stories on the channel. Star Crimes sent. I need to watch that video. I seen the title the other day. Star Crimes sent me to Dr. Death in Brooklyn. That's a live stream. For some of y'all can go back and watch that. That's a crazy video. Star Crimes sent me to Dr. Death in Brooklyn. This doctor in Brooklyn. Shout out to my brother Star Crimes. Star the Gift. All right. So, all right, Star, I'm with you. Just send me the info, and I'll put in you know, whatever you want me to do. Or, what I mean, I'll help you out on your documentary. He got a documentary, I guess, on this New York. I don't know I guess he a gangster, Dick Wolf, right? So I'm gonna learn who he is, Star, through your stuff, because I didn't even know who he was, Star. I've been, I'm older. I didn't know who he was. So I'm just learning about him. I heard it somewhere in the rap world, but I'm gonna learn about who he is from your documentary. So whatever part you want me to take part, I'm with it, Star. I got you. You my brother. All right. So Star's making a documentary on Dick Wolf, a New York gangster. I think it's a Blood or something like that. Big, strong, big blood or something like that. All right. So so I got you, Star. Just hit me up. Love you too, brother. Love you too. All right. So shout out to KD Kid. All right. He said, what's good? Everybody, you heard? He said, you heard? All right. So now, guys, he said, Star said he was a Gorilla Stone Blood. Yeah, Star told me about that. And ain't that stuff? What's that rapper name? What's that dude name? The one that was signed to Jay-Z, the tough dude from Brooklyn. Dad, what's his name? Star, write it. Because I know that's why. Casanova, yeah, Casanova. That's the tough. Casanova was a tough dude. He could fight. But yeah, he was that. That's how I've ever heard of Gorilla Stone Blood. I've been gone, guys. I'm out of the loop. I'm an elder now. But yeah, so that's gonna be a dope documentary. However I can help you, and whatever you need from me, I got you. You my brother, Star. All right. And like I said, be careful. Make sure with your documentaries you distance yourself from all of that, Star. All right. Remember, I'm your big brother. So just make sure as you're doing this documentary, you constantly say that you have no affiliations. You just doing it for your a storytelling documentary. Just make sure you distance yourself from anything that can tie you to any of that. Okay, just make sure. Be very careful in the documentary. All right, make sure it's documented that you are you're the documentarian. You're just documenting their life. You heard? Because you my brother. You did enough time in your life. Don't be going back messing with they Fulio stuff. All right. Shout out to start a gift. All right. So now, guys, so my brother Big Bump. I never really seen Big Bump, like be in the streets the way Some of us was in the streets, but don't get this twisted. Big Bump had the respect like he was the gangster in the streets. But his little brother, he was in the streets. Yeah. Lil Bump went down a different path. He went down the path I was on. And now he older than me. So I came up under them. So it's a story of two brothers, two different paths. But what this channel is about, it's about my life, and I'm telling stories on people who affected me in my life. So I got a lot of stories that I'm gonna tell. A lot of people out there in Hempstead, wherever you from, city, Brooklyn. You see, I went to Crazy Dave in Queens. I'm gonna be going to Brooklyn. There's a lot more stories coming, a lot more history, right? Now, not pump or why B-U-M-P, bump. Why I put the brothers pump, the brothers bump. Why from Tennessee? All right, so now there's more stories coming, but the glue to this channel and my stories is it's just not willy-nilly. I'm just not randomly telling stories of individuals. There's a focus. This is my testimony. This is my life story. I'm writing my book verbally. Okay. There will be a physical pages as well. I got the first part, but I'm writing it verbally. So each story that I tell of these individuals, it's about, shout out to Drizzy in the building. It's about how these individuals affected my life. See, everyone, guys, that's in your life, they had an effect on your life, whether you realize it or not, some more than others. You can get a person that comes into your life and can change your trajectory of your path in life, right? A lot of us if we look back in our life, we got people that we think and we like, man, I wish I would have never met this person. Sometimes it's girlfriends and boyfriends, right? I wish I would have never said yes to that. I would have never, because this person came into your life and now all of a sudden, listen, guy, you could be in jail for 50 years now because somebody came in your life and you hung out with them and it changed the trajectory of your life. So that's why you have to be very careful about who you allow into your life, right? That's why I was just telling my little brother Star Crimes. Just be careful with that documentary. Make sure you protect yourself and cover yourself because, you enter into space as you documenting these brothers' lives, and I don't want none of that to reflect on you and get this system, because you need a system to find any little thing to try to tie you in. Next you know, you find yourself in court trying to prove you ain't had nothing to do with it. That's why I tell my little brother, make sure you document that the right way. Do it the right way. That's why I say, I'm letting you know, I don't even know who these are. Because they ain't about to come back and put that on me. Well, you was in, I don't know who no Dick Wolf is. I ain't never know what the gorilla blood was. Didn't even know. Had no idea. When I left, it was just Bloods and Crips. And, I know about some of the Bloods that was in Strong Island. I ain't going to say their names, Well, I knew about the Outlaws on the Heights, and the rest of it was just Bloods and Crips. You know what I mean? When I left, they had just stopped wearing pink and light blue. I'm an old dog, right? Shout out to Louis V, Jim Pop, Connecticut in the building. All right. Shout out to Santiago Torres. He said, new to the channel, love your channel. Thank you, Santiago. Welcome, King. All right. So remember, guys, you have to make sure that you protect yourself. You know what I mean? That's why a lot of young people get in trouble, right? Because they want to be like, yeah. Next thing you know, they into some conspiracy. See, I learned that in jail and prison. The conspiracy is one of the hardest thing to get off your record. Almost impossible to get it off. And they can tie you in from the smallest little thing. So you have to think proactive and make sure you distance yourself from all of it. You know what I mean? That's why I say I was never a Blood. I'm glad. I would have been if I would have been born a little years later. Oh, I would have definitely been probably King Blood or something. Right? I got a Blood charge. They charged me with King, but it wasn't because I was Blood. It's because the little crew around me was Blood, and they charged me as the king of it. And that got me 25. you know what I mean, to life. But praise the Most High, he gave me a second chance. And, I wasn't, but I was never. All right. Now, anyway, let's get to tonight's story. Big bump, little bump. All right. So let me put I got some receipts. Y'all know me. I got receipts. All right. So let me hold on, go to this folder, quick access. Right there. Bang, bang. So I got some receipts. So let's get to the nice story. 32 minutes in, not too bad. Present, share screen, window, bang, share. That image, there you go. So that's Lil Bump and Big Bump on the screen. Shout out to Facebook. I like that I could go through Facebook and find some pictures, otherwise I wouldn't have no pictures of nobody, right? So I'm able to go on Facebook and find some pictures. So I know they're gonna like this picture. I know both of them gonna be like, oh, we gotta, that's dope the way I merged pictures of the two brothers together. So to the left, that's Lil Bump. A Lil Bump is a smooth player, but I want to show y'all something. Let me show. I know they probably gonna laugh at this. Y'all see those eyes? The eyes don't lie, do they? Anybody from the hood, you better know the eyes are the keys to the soul. And I could show a bunch of pictures with these eyes, and this is just him chilling. So if this is him in a good mood, yeah, y'all hear me? Let me see. All right, there you go. That's him in a good mood. Because this picture that I took he was with his little son, JJ. Shout out to JJ. And his grandson. JJ is Unique's cousin and basically my cousin too. Shout out to JJ. Lil E, that's his son. Shout out to Lori. Lil Bump, I had a baby with my cousin Lori Purdy, right? So now this is Lil Bump. He cool as all outdoors, but the eyes don't lie. Now let me see. You see, Larry, y'all said he will flip in 3 seconds. It's a switch. Y'all see what I mean? See, that's why I found, and I had a bunch of pictures I could have showed these eyes in. I said, you know what? Let me grab this one and let me show them so they can understand that he cool, all that smooth. He dressed like this too. You see him in a suit? Lil Bump get fly. He dressed in a suit. You see his rings down at the bottom. See the hold on, let me move it. He's got his little probably platinum and diamonds in his ring. A Lil Bump smooth. Wear his shoes. He'll wear some hard bottoms. Smooth, fly, dress fly. But the eyes don't lie. That boy got a switch. He always had it. And when that switch is flipped, imagine if this is him when he's chilling, he in a good mood. Imagine if you flip that switch. Yeah. All right. I want to show that. That's Lil Bump. So that's him. Dress. He a dresser. They both dressers, actually. So not all. Lil Bump was thug. I'm going to just call it what it was. I ain't going to play no games. I ain't sugarcoating. I was thug. I did my time for the crimes committed. And Lil Bump did a lot of time. I'm so glad that he's out and he lives in another state. I don't want to give out his location and stuff. And he's doing well. And I guess he put that crap behind him. But I think altogether, maybe he did 20 something years, something like that in prison. So this is no game, right? This channel is a real channel. This ain't no fake. You know what I mean? So it's not something that we're glorifying. It just is what it was. And he did his time for it. Altogether, I think he did maybe 20 years, something like that. I know it's high numbers up there. All right? But he's home, right? This is him after he's home. But this how he dressed. But he dressed fly. He'll put on suits and shoes in a minute. But don't get it twisted. Because in that suit, y'all see the eyes, right? Don't get that twisted. That's Lil Bump. Now over here, That's Big Bump. That's him now, right now, probably a couple of weeks ago, last week of him. And that's a Sergio Tashini sweatsuit. That's a designer from the crack era. We used to rock Fila. This is when we was rocking Gucci, Louis Vuitton. This back in the days. Sergio Tashini. We used to rock their sweatsuits. I got a picture with me with one on me, IU, and Mike Floyd. We got a live video on Video Music Box. I'm gonna show that another time. I got a Sergio Tashini jacket on with my Fendi coat with the big Gucci link chain. Yeah, I was out there. I was all right. So this Big Bump. Now what he's doing, he's at his son's graduation. So next to him that I cut out the picture is his son. His son, that's a big, he in his picture he put Big Bump and Big Bump because his son is bigger than him. His son looked like he about 6'5" and big, heavy, right? So Brooklyn Red said I had one too, right? So this picture right here is the other day, like last week. His Big Bump's son graduated high school and was going to his prom. So this is he's taking a picture with his son in his prom picture. You see how clean he is in his purple Sergio Tashini. You heard? That's Big Bump, right? And this Big Bump right here in this picture. So I took this picture because I want you to see the size of that arm. I want y'all to get that twisted. That you see the size of that arm? That's Big Bump. All right. Now, Big Bump, what I knew that he could box, right? This is because I'm younger than them, right? I came up under them. So Big Bump can box, okay? Can box, right? He can fight. And Lil Bump, he can fight too. I don't know if he can box, but I know he can fight. All right. So now I wanted to show y'all the images of Big Bump and Lil Bump, two brothers from Hempstead, from my hood. I'm not sure where they grew up, but I think it's one of them streets by Martin Luther King projects, right? And all right. So now that's the image. Let me do this. I got some more receipts of let me see which one I'm gonna show. Let me see. I just want to show a couple of receipts to give a little more. Let me do this one. Bang. Altogether, Brother Santiago said, how much time did you do altogether in the white man system? Praise y'all, I didn't do what I got. The Most High gave me a second chance, Brother Santiago. And that's why I'm a minister now. And that's why I got the channel. And that's why I tell my testimony so others don't do it. So altogether, I only did about 3.5 years, right? About 3 years. But I had a 15 to life, and I bailed out, and I took it to the Supreme Court. So they was giving me 15 to life. And then after I beat that, I got a 25 to life. And that's the one where I spent about 2.5 years, or 2 years fighting it, like a year and a half or more fighting it, almost 2 years. And then I basically was getting the 25, and then you got to watch the channel. I tell the story on the channel. If you go to the live on the channel, Brother Santiago, it's a video on the live stream that says the court, the lawyer in court, something about the judge in court. I think I put Supreme Court. Watch that one. It'll tell you that one. Shout out to Mike Mill. He said they lived on Green Avenue. Thank you, Mike. Okay, they lived on Green. Thank you, Mike Mill. So Lil Bump and Big Bump lived on Green Avenue. All right. So the Brother Santiago, so in the 25, I had got my 25, but the Most High gave me a second chance. So this Supreme Court judge, he allowed me to go to a drug program. I went there for about 1.5 years. And if I passed it, an inpatient, horrible, it was worse than jail, Brother Santiago. If I passed the drug program, then they would reduce the felony and all this other crap that I had to. But if I failed it, they would give me the max, the 25 to life. So that was my last chance, and I did it, and I passed it, and that's why my life has changed over, Brother Santiago. So I'm so blessed. Right now, I would have still been somewhere in New York State prison. I probably still have like, I don't know how many, 13, 15 years left, but I would have had more than that because I know I would have had to stab somebody up to survive, right? Because I'm not 6 foot 10, 400 pounds. So, I can get tried. I'm only 6'1", 220, So, and I don't, I already know I wasn't planning on ever coming home. So thank the Most High I got a second chance, brother. All right. So now I'm gonna show y'all a couple of pictures, right? And then we're gonna let me see. Let me see how the pictures are aligned. Okay. So I'm gonna have to do them individually because they don't go one by one. Let me see. That one. Let me see if I nope, they don't go one by one. All right, so I'm gonna show y'all a couple of pictures, right? So this, okay. So let me do stop share, present, share screen. Yes, Delari Shaw said, praise the Most High for a second chance, another chance in life, second chances. All right. Um, yeah, yeah, I know, Drizzy. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do that info. Don't leave that info here because I'm gonna do a separate video. I got that same thing, Drizzy. So I'm happy to have that. So then I'm gonna take that video and I'm gonna talk about black, right? So don't leave none of that info here, Drizzy, because that's my secret weapon. It's coming out. So I'll let you know when I'm gonna do that. I'm putting it together because I got that clip too. So I'm so glad that clip. It's the only clip ever of black. All right, I got that. So shout out to Drizzy. Yep, I got it, Drizzy. Saved it to my file and everything. I'm like, oh, I got it. So yeah, that's gonna be dope. All right. So now, so let me share screen. Yep, Drizzy. And every person on this channel, that's what Drizzy said. I believe it now. I know, right, Drizzy? That thing was chilling, right? To your bones, right? Or we gonna break it down on here, Drizzy. Chilling to your bones. And every person, Drizzy, that I'm talking about on this channel, they're real. And these people know black. Like this our hood. And he literally said in there, he grew up, he was on California Ave. That's on the Heights. That's in Hempstead. All right. So anyway, yeah, so this stuff is real stuff. That Drizzy, now you know what I'm talking about now. After watching that, I know you like, wow, okay, I feel all parts of that. Yeah. This is how our hood was, right? So it's real, seriously no joke, right? So that's why I said for those who survived, it's a survival thing. And these brothers I'm talking about was in prison. You know what I mean? All right, so now let me share window, bang, share. So this is another picture of Lil Bump. This is after he came home, right? See him in his suit. I did that. I want y'all to see, right? See, he be clean. It's all outdoors. Yeah, that boy stayed clean. He a dresser, right? He a smooth. He was a smooth gangster, smooth criminal, right? So I don't even know who these dudes are. They probably official taking pictures with Bump, right? Right? Because Bump really don't mess, Well, Bump he will mess with people who ain't really about that. Bump is smooth. All right. So again, look at the eyes. See? The eyes don't lie. And this is when he chilling, right? See, they chilling. He's smiling. And this other dude, right? The eyes never lie. All right? So imagine somebody seeing this dude in this suit and all that and fronting and thinking it's, thinking they could, thinking it's a game. Right? So that's why I say, when I see this, I'm like, imagine when he get mad. Oh my goodness, bro. All right. And there ain't no talking him down either. Like, facts. Well, it wasn't back then. All right. So let me stop share. Let me show. I got one more. Let me see. Let me show. I got two more. So these two are right next to each other. So hopefully they'll play. They'll go. I can go from one to the other without having to stop share. Nope. I don't know why. Because Nah, they're not in the same folder. All right. So let me do, I got another one. Let me do this one. And then I'm going to tell the story. Present, share screen, window. This is my brother, Big Bro, Big Bump, and Mike Floyd. I mean, Lil Bump. I guess they were out. This looked like they in the club or something. See, he got his black shoes. You see how they dress. R.I.P. to Mike Floyd. I got a story that I'm going to tell Mike Floyd, too. Mike Floyd is dead. Official, too. Official gangster. I'm not glorifying the gangster. I'm just telling the truth. This is what, I'm just telling the truth. This is what these brothers was doing. This is what, if you was gangster, you was gangster. It is what it is. You get what I'm saying? If you was chilling, you was chilling. If you was, if you was a boxer, you was a boxer. If you was a lover, you was a lover. If you was a fighter, you was a fighter. If you was a shooter, you was a shooter. You see? Laura, y'all said, look, see, now you already know. Look at that look. You see, the eyes don't lie. It's every time, right? The eyes don't lie. And he's smooth. You see the waves, he handsome too. He get the ladies and all that. See the waves, that's Lil Bump. Right now, Mike is official too. R.I.P. to Mike Floyd. All right. So I just want, I'm just setting the stage so that y'all can see that, like, okay. All right. Now stop share. Now I'm gonna do one more and then we're gonna get started. Let me pull it up. I'm gonna show you his softer side. I think. Can I find, where is it? All right, so it should be, let me see. I put it in my history. I might not be able to find it. Well, I can open this one. I wanted to find the full one. Let me see if I open file location. I don't think is the full one there? No. All right, I'll just show I wanted to show the full one, but I can show this one because we need to keep the story moving. All right, so this is him. This is where I got the other picture from. Present, share screen, window. That's him and his grandson. Now, this is where I got the other picture from. And on the other side was his son, JJ. I'm sorry, I meant to find the full picture. I wanted to find JJ. And shout out to Dominique Alexander. I think this is JJ and Dominique's son. Shout out to Pop C. I'm going to tell another story of Pop C, Carl Alexander, Martin Luther King Drive Project. Again, I'm telling stories of people who had an effect in my life. All right. So that's Lil Bump and his grandson, right? That's a good thing because he could have did the rest of his life in prison and never really got to see his grandson. So I'm glad that Lil Bump got another chance to live his life, in our age now that we getting older, right? So, all right. So that's him and his grandson. Shout out to JJ. All right, stop share. Now let's get started. Let me put the thing on the, let's get started. I'm gonna put, go to present, share screen. Hold on, present. What is it, frozen? Yeah, it's frozen. All right, give it a chance to start acting up. Because Google's not responding. Come on, you can respond. Let's go. Let's tell the story. 50 minutes in, that's all right. I was just setting the foundation. I would like to get started right away, but context is key in storytelling. You don't just want to, these stories are the truth. So it's not a thing about, come on, bro, it's still spinning. Google Chrome not responding. Well, respond then. Hopefully y'all can hear me. Y'all let me know if y'all can still hear me. All right. Wyatt said he probably came out the womb screw facing the nurses. I'm serious, right? That's funny. He probably, when the doctor smacked him, he probably smacked him back, right? He looked like who you smacking? Do you know I'm about to be Lil Bump? You understand? Larry, I said they can hear me. All right, there we go. Now it's back. Window, bang, share screen. All right. Now let me switch my position with the thumbnail so that I'm big, and then let's get started with the story. Bang. No, this one. There we go. Shalom, everybody. Let's get going. All right. So now, yeah, he probably came out that womb like, I don't know who you smacking. Little bump made it into the world. He probably whooped out the doctor. Facts. All right. I'm gonna have to take a drink because my mouth keep getting. And he quiet. Yeah, Drizzy. And he quiet too. Yep. He's smooth, quiet, but nothing to play with. All right. So now let's get started. Let me get a little drink because I see my lips keep turning white. That don't normally happen. I mean, I'm like dehydrated. Mm. All right. Let's go. Let go. So I'm gonna start off this tonight's story with Lil Bump, and then I'm gonna go into Big Bump. Because when I tell the story of Big Bump, it involves me, it involves something. So let's go. So I think my first introduction of meeting Little Bump, as far as I can remember, because sometimes my memory can be a little spotty, right? I don't remember all details all the time. But so the first thing that I can remember in my present day memory was when we was back in the 80s, the early 80s, the nation of gods and earths. I was God body. I was the God Rashon. Shout out to the nation of gods and earths. Shout out to the Most High for sending the nation of gods and earths to civilize me and give me that's what gave me a foundation of righteousness because I didn't have parents. So it stopped me from eating swine, pig, and the abomination and cleansed out my temple and all that. Shout out to the Most High for sending the nation of gods and earths. All right. So now the gods in the 80s was huge because from the 70s and the heroin era and era that the streets was just a mess. So the gods were powerful. The nation of gods and earth, God body, right? So I was the God Rashon. I think back then, way back then, I was Prince Rashon, Justice Born, Supreme, Infinite, Great God, Allah. That was my name. I know, because it got a time where we used to, the more you have on your name, we used to be like, you know how you start doing too much. We were doing too much, right? Then later I reduced it down to Rashon Manique, Prince Rashon Manique Y Allah, right? More simple, right? We came in the name of Allah, our creator. That's what, our God. That's why you're supposed to, if you, whatever God you serve, you should be in his name, right? All right. So that's why you'll see a lot of people in my chat that got Yah in their name because the Most High creator, his name is Yah. And so they come in the name of their father. That's why my name is Uncle Yashu, because I come in the name of my creator, the Most High Yah. All right. So just so y'all might have that understanding. All right. And if you go back in the text, they tell you that, and it's not Yahweh. That's not Hebrew. It's Yahweh, Yahaya, Yahweh. That's the original Hebrew. All right. But anyway, this ain't about that. But I just want y'all to know that. So back in the days, we start we say, peace, God. What's your attribute? Your attribute is your name. And it became a thing that the longer name, the more pronounced and the more the more powerful you are. So my name had become Prince Rashon, Justice Born, Supreme, Infinite, Great God, Allah, right? So they'd be like, peace, God. What's your name, God? Your attribute? I come in the divine name of Prince Rashon, Justice Born, Supreme, Infinite, Great God, Allah. That ain't nothing but fooling, yo. Like, boy, all that. But then you got to show and prove what it be, right? So then I got to break down what Prince mean, what Rashon mean, what Supreme mean, what Infinite mean, what Justice Born, or all that. Now I'm sitting there half an hour breaking down my attribute. Then a little later, you're like, man, let's stop all that foolishness. So anyway, this is where we no, so the Drizzy said, did the Israelites and the gods go at it a lot? No, Drizzy, because there was no Israelites back then. So back when the gods was on the street back in the 80s, there was no Israelites out there. That's like the movement today with Israelites. And even back in the, on the street corners, the ones blowing the horns, that that didn't even exist back when I'm talking about. But later it did. In some place they were so small, you would have to go to Wall, you have to go in Manhattan, and no. So the gods had war with the who the somebody said that, I think it was Brooklyn Red said something that, but we had war with the 85s. That's the people who are not God bodies. All right. He said they did in the 90s. The ones from my hood stepped to Wu-Tang. Oh, okay. So in the 90s. Okay. So I'm talking in the 80s. So thank you, Brooklyn Red. So Drizzy, he said in the 90s, some of the gods had beef with the Israelites. He said they did in the 90s. The ones from my hood stepped to Wu-Tang. The Israelites stepped to the Wu-Tang. You know, they got some problems stepping the Wu. All right. So, but in my days, in the 80s and the 70s, there was no, well, the 80s really, because the guys really took hold in the 70s and the 80s, late 70s. But there was no Israelite. Where, yeah, that stuff was later. So by the time the Israelites started to become power, the gods, where well, with my generation, we were getting money. We were past all that. But all right, so thank you, Brooklyn Red, for that info. So yeah, so that's a little Drizzy. That's a little past my time. It's a little later in my time frame. By then, I was balling. I was somewhere doing all type of crazy stuff. All right, but anyway, so now in the 80s, this year is probably, I don't know. Let me see. It's 1981. And the Cold Crush is fun. And that's hip hop. Y'all know that's Cold Crush 4. So anyway, so this had to be like the 80s, 81, 80, early 80s. There was a movie theater. I told this story on the Rashala story. There was a movie theater in Hempstead called Hempstead Movie Theater, and it was on Fulton Street, by the old bus terminal and the little police station. There was a park, and not the Hempstead one on Main Street for the newer people. This is the 80s. That one is broke down. This is the original Hempstead movie theater. All right. This is when they started doing the $1 movies for the Chinese fighting movies. So this is the 80s, and this is the crack era coming out of the heroin era. The streets were insanely dangerous. It was just another level. It was just crazy all the time. Now, the gods were powerful, but the gods used to have a war with those who wasn't righteous. So it was gods or 85%, 5% versus the 85. So if you wasn't God body, you wasn't part of the nation of gods and earth studying your lessons to learn 120 lessons and coming in the name of Allah, then you were what we would call an 85. And the 85 used to fight. That's where the wars was. The gods versus the 85s. Now because I was a rap star from the Nasty Four and so popular, I was a young guy. I knew all the 85s was my people, and I was God body. So I was stuck in the middle, right? Because the gods would be fighting my people, and I can't get in neither side because I was so popular. And from the rap group and growing up from the project, it was a hard one for me, right? Watching this thing go on. Now, the gods, when that movie theater, in Hempstead movie theater, it was so crazy. It's like if you look, like, you know how the movie Boys in the Hood from John Singleton, California, and the part in the movie Boys in the Hood, I think this is Boys in the Hood. Yeah, when they go to that, when Ice Cube and them was in the 6'4", and they go to that that strip where all the cars and they had, like, I guess it was a restaurant, a drive through restaurant, whatever strip that was. They called it something in the movie, right? And the cars and all the people was there, and the girl, and then they shot it out, and Ice Cube lifted the car up and they took off. Yeah, on Crenshaw. Yeah. So I want y'all, for those who saw the movie Boys in the Hood, imagine that type of environment where everybody from all the hoods, right? Because we got a bunch of hoods. We got Terrace Avenue, Terra Ave. We got Crown Heights, the Heights in Hempstead. We got Parkside Projects, Campbell Park. We got Martin Luther King Drive. We got Hollywood Store. You got what we call the Boondocks. We got the train track side. So you got all these ghettos, hoods, and their relative crews going to one place. So that's why I said, imagine that type of environment. It's going down every time, no matter what. You got all type of wars, and this is before the gangs, right? This is before Bloods and Crips. It's the 80s, all right? So I want y'all to imagine that environment. So all those people in one movie theater, and it's going down. Now they had these two muscle bound. Now I'm little. I'm about, I don't know, bro. I got to be around 12 years old, something like that. I'm young, but I'm the young god. I was outside early. I've been off the porch early. I ain't had no porch. I've been off the project bench early. Well, out the project hallway because the bench is outside. So I was off the project, out the project hallway early, right? I ain't have a porch. I ain't never lived in a house, right? Till I bought a house. All right. So houses. That's why I bought so many. so so I was outside early, right? So I'm like 12 from the Nasty Form C's famous rap star. Now I'm God Body. I think this is before, this is right around the time, I guess, when I'm about to start selling drugs. Because I started selling drugs at 12. Not nothing to glorify, just facts. So in the movie theater, there was these security guards, like security, and they were these big, muscle bound, big diesel twins. They were twins, identical. They look identical. They was about my complexion, and they were huge, big, and they the type always have their shirt off, and they were loud, and they were aggressive, and they were idiots. I don't know if they're still alive, but hopefully they still ain't the same way they were. And they were like bullies. So you know how nowadays you have bodyguards, I mean not bodyguards, you know when you bouncers in the club. They were like bouncers. But so the owner of the movie theater, I think it was Mr. Dad, what's their name? The two brothers that became cops in Hempstead. Their dad, because we won rap battles. Their dad was a trip. I used to love their dad. I can't remember I can't think of their name. Sorry guys. But they became cops in Hempstead. One of them is on the school board and stuff like that. He's probably a politician. But no, not ushers, Wyatt. Why? Wyatt. Just listen, Wyatt. Don't just listen. All right. So security, Wyatt. We don't have no ushers in our movie. This ain't that type of movie. It's the hood. Just listen, Wyatt. They were security to keep people from getting killed in the movie theater. All right. So, but they had the personality like bouncers, like they were ridiculous. So they were so just obnoxious and aggressive. And I said this is the club, not church, right? But this is the movie theater, so it's like a club, but it's not even right. This is a movie theater, right? I know he's having some ushers. That's why he said ushers or yashia, because some movie theaters have ushers. That's why he said ushers, because we talk about a movie theater. But no, and it's not the club. This is the movie theater, but we ain't have no ushers in our movie theater. All right, so the ushers would have got robbed. All right, so now they were so aggressive and like the type that like they were bullies, right? And it was two of them. The amazing thing, I used to look because they were so identical and they were diesel and you fight. So it's like two of them and they fat. They look like they could run fat. They look like they was really like they would be fullbacks or running backs on the football, professional football, and would be Hall of Famers. Those type of individuals. You know, we got them in the hood, you know. Bow-legged, thick, bottom just thick, all the way, and got this kind of face. And they loud. and it's two of them, and they always doing stuff, right? So when something go down, they beating you up. I'm talking about dragging people, and it was always like that. So now, so now, the 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 movie theater, I just remember they were always in the gods. So the gods had power. I remember Rashallah, I told his story on there. They used to be there, the guys from Roosevelt, the guys from Freeport, right? So not only did our movie theater have all those from Hempstead, from our hoods, the guys from Freeport, Roosevelt and stuff would come too. So at this time, Little Bump, I think this is my first time I think, knowing who Little Bump was. Now, I got to be like 12 or something, so he got to be like 15 or something like that. You know what I mean? So we kind of young, but we were young aggressives, right? So we in the movie theater now. The gods had beef with the 85%, the regular people, and so it was kind of dangerous at this time being God body, because the 85% outnumbered the gods like 10-1. So the 5%, just look at that numerics, 5% and 85%. That's kind of the numbers, how it was, the ratio from who's righteous as God body and who's not in the world, in New York City. So the gods stuck together, but you could be really outnumbered. So to be God body at this time meant you could get yourself really hurt, right? The 10% is the Masons, Drizzy. The 10% is what you call the Illuminati. So the 10% are the Masons, those who conceal who the true and living God is and their origin in this world. They know who we are. They know that we are the people from the book written in the scriptures that were sent into slavery. They know we the children of the Most High, the apple of his eye, and they hide it, and they build the institutions and the prisons and the ghettos. Those are the ones who put us in the project, Drizzy. They know who we are, but they conceal it. So the 10% are the Masons, the Muslim sons. They know who we are. They conceal. So the 5%, so the 80, this is that's a great question, Drizzy. The 85% are what our lessons say, the deaf, dumb, and blind, meaning they don't know who they are and their origin in this world. They don't know that they're the children of the Most High. I'm relating it to today and other lessons. They don't know that they're the children of the Most High. They don't know that they are the ones to bring civilization, to be righteous morality. They don't know that they've been chosen. They don't have their identity, so they are deaf because they don't hear the truth. They are dumb because they're not able to speak the truth, and they are blind because they can't see the truth. So they are the ignorant, the deaf, dumb, and blind. They are the sheep. They are the masses. And the 5% are those who know who the true and living God is and their origin in this world, the civilization, the bringers of civilization. I don't want to say fathers. I'm mixing the fathers of civilization, gods of the universe. That's why they call themselves gods, because they were created in the image of the creator. The Bible says, do you not know you are yads? You are gods. Yes, because they know. So they know they are the ones that are trying to awaken the asleep, to awaken the unawakened, to bring knowledge, wisdom, understanding, culture, refinement to a deaf, dumb, and blind people, to awaken my people. They are the 5%. So the 5% know who they are. The 10% know who they are but conceal it. They are the powers that be, serpent seed, and the 85% are the masses. All right, now y'all that's the full understanding. Thank you. That was a great question, Drizzy, to bring understanding. All right. So now at this time in the 80s, it was on between the 5% and the 85%, right? So to be God body, to be 5% at a certain time, it was something that you had to be really official, because it could go down. You could get jumped by 50 people, so you had to be official. So it had come a time where some of the people were scared to become God body. I seen this. They were some people would denounce their name and their righteousness because they were scared. I seen it. So at this time, I remember, I think I knew Little Bump before that. For some reason, because I remember I was righteous. I remember when I found out he was God, but he became righteous, and I was surprised. So yeah, I must have did know Little Bump before that, and I knew he was official, but I'm younger than him, so I knew he was official, like a fight and all that. But because I remember when I found out that he was God body, I was shocked and I was impressed, right? I'm like, Little Bump is God. I was happy because it was like we got another one on our team. That's how I felt. And Lil Bump, he got a lot of respect in the hood because he demanded, because he was official. So I remember that. So anyway, we in the movie theater, right? It went down at the movie theater every weekend. And the guys used to be there doing, I did this on the channel, having their ciphers outside, the guys from Roosevelt, Freeport, all that, right? The guys, that's what Justice Supreme, Ramel, I done told some of these stories on the channel about that, right? So this is that time. So we're in the movie theater and it's going down. It never fails. It's always a riot. It's always a fight. Somebody's always getting whooped out. It's always going down. And those two muscle-bound bouncer bodyguards is always beating up somebody, dragging them out with their bouncer crew, and they supposed to be security in the movie, and they doing it for fun. So they beating up people and embarrassing them. They're bullies. It was disgusting. They beating up people for fun because you got a pretty girl and they looking at you and they try to kick it to your girl and you like, yo, man, I'm with this girl. And they'll beat you up in front of the girl and you can't beat them. Them dudes is like 260 pounds, all muscle, stocky. They probably like 6'2", right? They probably like 6'2", 6'3", probably 250 pounds, all diesel muscle, and they, aggressive. And it's two of them. It's like they remind me of silver black gorillas, right? Silver black, but they my complaint. They're not light skin, they brown skin, right? They look all right. So I want, but they remind me of gorillas. The way they move, they jump on you. You can't beat them. I'm like, you got to make sure you shoot them a couple of times, that type of thing. Unless you got a big 4.5 or 357, you know what I mean, to lay them down. But you got a regular gun, you got a 9, you probably gonna have to shoot them a couple of times to stop them from coming, right? And it's two of them, right? That's what I'm like, the crazy part, guys, is two of them. I'm like, this thing is crazy. All right. So hold on. Who do I over there on Facebook? Somebody came over. Shout out to Anisha Hutchison over on Facebook. Shout out to your brother Dave, my brother Big Dave, Riley Park, Crown Heights. All right. So these two twin dudes, and I think they were from Roosevelt too, if I remember correctly. I think they were from Roosevelt or Freeport, right? So now they ain't even from our hood, but they in our hood just abusing the movie theater. Them dudes was nasty, bro. Right? Right? So I couldn't do nothing. I was only 12 years old. I couldn't do nothing with them. I would have to try to cut them or something. But I was so little, they probably would have just smacked me across the room. You know what I mean? Flying across the room, that type of thing. These things, some of these people in these stories, they're like supermen. You know what I mean? They're like, these dudes should have been NFL players and stuff like that, right? So anyway, so we at the movie and it's going down. So it's a thing where it's like, I think the gods was going at it, something with the 85s or something happened. It was a big, like the movie's always getting stopped, right? Like the movie Coolie High, that old movie. If you watch the movie Coolie High from Chicago, they was in the movie theater and then the gangs had a fight and it ended the whole movie and popcorn flying everywhere. That's how a movie theater was. You most never gonna get to the end of the movie, right? This a movie theater you don't want to go to. You want to go to a movie theater where, like Wyatt said, where they got ushers and stuff where you safe, right? So you never almost ever gonna get to the end of the movie because somebody always gonna end it unless popcorn, people running and screaming, it's fighting and stuff, right? So this happened again, right? So I remember, so now when you leave out the movie, you know, you have the concession area, right, with the popcorn and stuff, and it's lit up. So it's crazy, you know, it's hundreds and hundreds of people because everybody trying to get out the door, people fighting and people screaming and running out. So this is what I remember. So I remember we out, like we come down, we out into the concession part, and I seen like the guards are banded together, and I seen like it's like chaos, and then I see the those twins. I see them beating up people, grabbing people, abusing people, taking people money, taking going in their pockets, like stomping them out, dragging them, taking their sneakers off their feet. These dudes were nasty. These two dudes, right? And it's just chaos. And you know, I'm used to the chaos. I'm little, so I'm used to seeing stuff since I was little. So I remember, you know, but you got to kind of stay out the way because you don't want to get, you know, you don't want to get trampled or you don't want to get caught out there and get punched by one of these big gorilla dudes. Besides the body, the bouncers, the regular, you know, the thug, the bigs. So, you know, we looking. I was probably with Unique because I was always, you know, he a little older, but I'm looking, and what I see is I just remember I remember seeing the doors. It's like the doors that open, like these doors when you go in the movie theater. It's the old movie theater where they got the two doors. You push it, and then you walk up the steps, right? And it's like red velvet. This is how the movie theaters used to be back in the days. It's like red velvet carpet and walls, and the seats are red velvet. And when you walk up, it's a wall, and then the first seat, and then you can look up to the balcony seats. And you don't want to go up in the balcony. That's where the thugs at. You go up there, you might get thrown off the balcony to the hey, right? They up there smoking. These are times where you could smoke weed or whatever in the movie, right? Cigarettes. There was no smoking. So you smoking, the whole thing is smoked out. All you smell is weed. You choking and coughing and everybody smoking and crews up there. These movie theaters is no joke. Okay. Right? Yes. Yes. And I've been there. I seen they do plays and stuff in them. Yes. The old movie theaters. That's how they are. And then you got that's how the Apollo Theater is. That's an old movie theater. And then you got the balcony, the special balcony things on the walls, the seat areas, right? That's how they are. So, and then you could go this way, the middle, and go that way to go down. But you don't want to go up in the balcony unless you're Fisher. It's trouble up there in those balconies. All right. So that's the thing. So when you come out, it's double doors, and you push the double doors. So I remember I'm standing there, and I'm looking, and all of a sudden the double doors just push, boom, and this crowd come out. It's like they come rumbling out of the double doors, right? It's like you know, if you can see smoke, like you know, smoke coming out of the pile, right? So the double doors just open, boom, and people come rumbling out, right? Rolling and crying and screaming, and you look. And all of a sudden, all I see a crowd, and I just see Lil Bump. That's my first image of him. Well, not my first one, but this is the image that's seared in my head. I see him come out, and he was just, y'all know that look, right? So he had that look, and he was just, yelling and swinging his arms, and I was just like, I remember I was just looking because what I'm saying is, guys, the people and the way it was, you had to be so powerful and strong. And I was little to not be scared and to be one that's causing ruckus. It was like and he wasn't big yet. He was, he was older, but he wasn't, I don't know. He shouldn't have been doing what he was doing. It was like, he was just like, I just remember him, he come out and he was like on it, and he's arguing and yelling with them, and then something happened, and then they just start scrapping. I just seen them just fighting like 2-3 dudes, and they jumping on him, and he fighting them, and they hitting, and he just going crazy, scrapping and fighting, and I'm just like looking through the crowd, right? Because I'm little, and I'm looking at him, and I'm watching him, and I'm just impressed because he is going at it. I mean, bang, he hitting, and this one there, he grabbing and slamming him. This one, I mean, they just, it's a riot, like it's a war. So they're just going, right? So then, as he's going, Like he's fighting like 2, 3 people and 4 people and all this, and they going at it. And then the crowd, the security, the bouncer dudes, those twin dudes, they started to try to rush to go out the movie theater doors. They wanted to get you out the movie theater so you get onto the street on Fulton Street. Then it's a whole nother thing, right? It's a whole nother thing when you get out there on that street, right? So yeah, it's a movie inside the movies, just say y'all, and I'm looking through the crowd. I'm trying not to get trampled, and I'm honest. I'm just so impressed, right? This is my first. That's why I said I'm saying stories that had an effect on me, things that had an effect on my life that I remember, right? So I'm looking, and they going at it, right? He and then now those big muscle bound dudes, those gorilla dudes, they grabbing people. Them dudes are strong. Like they'll literally and grab a grown man and grab him and pick him up off their feet. I mean, these dudes like gorillas and throw them through the throw them through the doors, throw them outside, right? Because the doors are pinned open because people are rushing out. Like it's a stampede. So the doors are just open and they throwing people to the doors. Like these dudes is beast mode. So, and they stomping people out, robbing people. I seen them going in people's pockets, taking their money, taking shoes off the feet. And then I seen, so some of the bouncers and stuff, they trying to usher this crowd of smoke of fighting to go out the doors. And I just seen Lil Bump, he going at it. And then I remember seeing the twins, something, I don't know if they grabbed him or if they did something. And I just seen him turn on them and snap. And he was like, don't touch me. And I remember the one twin was worse than the other, right? The one twin stopped. He's like, because they always have their shirt off. They big and muscle. He said, who you talking to? And Lil Bump was skinny and tall, right? Now, these dudes were older. Now, so if Lil Bump was like 15, 16, maybe around there, these dudes were probably like 20s, in their 20s. All right? Unique said, yeah, peace, God, it was crazy. Yeah, Unique was there with me. I was always with Unique. I know everything, almost everything I tell, especially from these days, I was with Unique. So, I remember the muscle bound, the crazier one. He was like, who do you think you know who I am? I remember Lil Bump said, I don't care who you are. I don't care who you are. You know who I am? And he said his name. I wish Corey was here because Corey could tell me his righteous name. His name was something. Shamik said something. He said his name. I'm Shamik, whatever his name was. I can't remember his name. And I'm just looking, and he wasn't scared. This is the point I'm trying to make. He was supposed to be scared. That's the point I'm trying to make. This dudes was like gorillas, and they were like grown men. And he was tall and skinny, right? But he was not scared. I'll never forget this. He was not scared. And it threw the one muscle-bound dude off because everyone was scared because you should have been. These dudes was monsters, bro. They could just pick you up and throw you. And I just remember he wasn't scared. And it threw the dude off because he's like, who you talking to? Do you know who I am? And Lil Bump said, he kind of did it smooth. He said, Unique said, them twins used to hate me, words bar. Shout out for anybody I wish more New Yorkers was here. They could tell me who those twins was, what their name was, right? Some of those who can remember. So Lil Bump said, you know who I am? I'm such and such, God. He said his righteous name. He was like, I don't care who you. And then he was like, and Lil Bump squared up. He ready to go with him. And then the other twin came. They like gorillas, man. I swear it's like they can jump over people and stuff. I swear these dudes are like superheroes. He came and it was two of them. They identical. They got their shirts off. They all diesel. They like, and then I think the guards came, but he was ready to fight both of them. And the guards came, and then Desmond Cox said those were the days. And then shout out to Desi Cox. But those muscle dudes, they didn't, for some reason, they didn't. Oh, Unique said Big Bump worked at the movie. I ain't know that. Unique said Big Bump worked at the movie. I ain't even know that. So then, but they didn't touch Lil Bump. I remember that. They didn't hit him, right? They didn't touch him. It was almost on, and then I remember it was kind of like he was like, "Yeah, I thought so." Like, and then they kept fighting and got outside, and then I just remember when they went outside that it was on, and the gods, something about the gods, because the gods were strong. It was something that Lil Bump, he was like, F y'all too. He was talking to the gods. And that was something that you didn't do. You know how now, well, in Cali, the real Bloods and Crips, not to say New York don't got real Bloods and Crips. I'm not saying that. There's real Bloods and Crips everywhere. But I'm talking about, back in the days when they used to have, when it was more dangerous. Nowadays, Bloods is killing Bloods and Crips. It's just watered down, all that stuff. No disrespect to anybody living that life. You shouldn't be. You should be getting a job and doing what's right by your neighbor. You heard? Say no to gangs, all right? That stuff leave you in jail. It gets you in prison, all right? You don't want to be in part of no gangs nowadays, to my youth. All right, but back in the days, remember, it's like back in the days in Cali telling the Bloods, F y'all, I ain't, and you a Blood. What they say, blood in, blood out, you been killed. It was that kind of thing with the gods. It wasn't something, you was not telling the gods, F you. You wasn't telling, you was not doing that. The gods were strong. There was no joke. They were powerful. It was no joke. And I remember Little Bump outside. He was like, F all y'all. I don't know why. He could tell y'all that. Why he had a beef with him, what it was. But he was like, F y'all, F all of it. And he's like, I ain't God no more. And I'm like, huh? Right? I'm like, no, I want you to still be God. I'm like, and he was, I don't know what it was. I can't tell you to this day what the beef was. And I don't even know if it was that exact. Well, sorry, my memory is spotty. So if I got some little things off, I'm doing the best I can. But I just remember that the gods, I'd never seen this before. They fell back. Like they didn't, Unique said, because when Bump said who he was, they realized who his brother was. Oh, okay, Unique. Unique said when Bump said who he was, the twins realized his brother was Big Bump. Okay, that makes sense. Because they definitely fell back. They definitely, so I just remember when Little Bump said that outside, that the gods, like, let it rest. When that wasn't the case. That wasn't what would happen. And he was like, because he's about to go at it. So people broke it up. He's going to go at it with like some of the powerful gods. And they broke it up. And I remember he was just showing out. He was showing out. He was all in the street. I just was like, dang, this dude is official. This dude, he ain't even big. He was slim and tall, but his heart, he so wasn't scared. My thing is like, you ain't scared? Because I get scared. I'm just gonna let y'all know. I'm tough. I'll go when you flip my switch, I don't be scared then. So then again, I take that back. Because when you flip my switch, when the switch get flipped, yeah, I don't be scared. I'm sorry. I take that. So I understand. But anyway, I guess if I ain't in it and my switch ain't flipped, I'm looking from the outside. I'm like a civilian. I'm kind of, because I know I was scared for him, right? I'm like, he is just, because, and I'm little and they all big. And he just like, he didn't care. And people walking, trying to calm him down. He like, don't touch me. One of those, don't touch me with those eyes. He looking like, and I just remember that was stamped in my head. Dag, Little Bump is so official. So now I'm gonna fast forward a little bit. Now we fast forward a couple of years. Now we're in high school. I'm in high school, and he not God. He left the God thing alone back then. Now he's named Lil Bump. He he ain't part of the Nation of Gods and Earths, and they ain't messing with him about it. That's the thing. That's what you don't understand. It wasn't something you could just put down and think you can just stop being God and your life gonna be hell. Meaning you gonna be, it's gonna be no joke. It ain't like you can't just put it down, right? But he did, and nobody was messing with him. I remember that. Facts. I'm like, yeah, why y'all ain't messing with him? Yeah, I see ain't nobody mess with him, and he wore it like whatever. So now we, and in Hempstead, it was a lot of us, right? We're thick. And our hood is so, you know, it's like thugger thugger. It's a lot of us, and so we would go places. So what I mean by that is we all go to Hempstead High School, right? There's 5,000 kids in that high school, and it's a mess. You know what I mean? It's a serious mess, all right? So you get yourself hurt. You get yourself killed messing around in that high school. I actually found a picture. Let me do it. Is it this one? Open file location. I got something for y'all. Why is not telling me open file location? Oh, because I'm in the file location. So it's not this one. It's my, let me go back. I thought I was in. Go to quick access. It should be, there it go. But that ain't the one I'm looking, there it go. I'm looking for this one. All right, let me show you something. Stop share. Now this high school, as I told y'all before, they built this high school new because the first one got burnt down from a riot from the gangs of the 70s, the gangs in New York City before hip hop, when hip hop came and replaced the gangs before New York created hip hop. All right, there was gangs in New York City, like the Jolly Stompers and all of these gangs in Brooklyn, and we had our gangs, the Warlords, the Paybacks, and Strong Island. So the gangs of the 70s burnt down the old high school in a riot, and they called in the National Guard. So they built a new high school, that brand new building in the 70s. So they built it and looked like a doggone college campus. And this is the inside that someone said they wanted me to show. Uh-oh. No, I can't show that picture because it's gonna, all right, crap. Let me screenshot it because I got a picture of me without my shirt on. I'm like, whoa, I would have clicked that. That would have been bad. I can't show that. That would have been horrible. Thank you. Thank you, Father Yas, for, because I got a picture in here with me with no shirt on from back in the days, and my muscles and all that stupid stuff. So I know that would have been a mistake. Somebody be like, you need to share it. You wanted to share with that. No, I did it. All right. So let me make this bigger. And then I'm gonna screenshot it so I don't got, there we go. The picture with me with my shirt off. All right. So let me screenshot that. Okay. Bang. Okay. And yeah, but I look crazy diesel in it too. It's when I came home from jail. I got no shirt on, my 12 pack. I got 12 pack, the sides, all that chest is out here. Crazy. They would be like, you wanted to show that. No, I don't. That's why I ain't show it. I'm glad I didn't make that mistake. All right. So, save, bang. Now let me grab the other one and screenshot that one. Because it's like the reason why, because it's in one picture. It's like a gallery picture. So if I would have opened it, you immediately would have saw me with no shirt on. It's a gallery picture. So hopefully it's not too blurry. Y'all can see what I'm talking about. All right, so even if it's blurry. All right, so bang, Control S, screenshot this. Bang, 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 save, save. Okay, and then close that. Now that's the two for that. And then the other one was right here of the outside of the school. Where was it? It was in the other folder. So go back It should open that folder. Go forward. Go back. Oh, not responding. Come on, bro. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Google not responding. You can catch up, catch up, catch. We live, bro. We live. Let's go, let's go, let's go. All right. So anyway, I'm about to show y'all. So when we fast forward, I'm trying to talk so this thing could respond. So when we fast forward, now we're in high school. In Hempstead High School, it has about 35 to 5,000 people in it. And every ghetto is in one school at one time. So it's a war zone. It can be a war zone. So everyone's there. It's really fun. All right, there we go. Come on, there we go. It's really fun, but it can be really dangerous too, right? All right. So this share, I click that one, share. So this, let me see what y'all see. Oh, and make it big. So this is another image of the school. All right. How do I make it big? There we go. This one. All right. So this is another image of the school. And this is the outside. So it looks like a college campus, right? So you would think, right? So let me make it smaller. And this still ain't the fullness of the schools because you still got the other, see this big building? You got another building on the side. Okay, you got another building over here. That's the library in the sky, as I said, connecting. This the building, I forgot what was in this building. And then this is another part I'm gonna show y'all where the classrooms are at. Well, some of these classrooms. So this is like a campus, right? Looks nice, but it's horrible. Your kids, you thinking your kids going to a nice school, it's no joke. All right. So now this right here is the inside. All right. This is a part. Let me show y'all this. Present, share screen, window. Let me show y'all which one I'm gonna show y'all first. Why the other one didn't show up? Let me open it. Bang, it didn't show up for a reason. All right. Go there. Move this. Oh no! Don't. Copying 415 items from one touch to Hempstead history. No, what are you doing? Stop. How do I stop it? Stop. Okay, good. I don't know what I just did. Oh, I was copying ancient history to my Hempstead folder. I didn't want to do that. All right. There we go. This one. Okay. So now, there we go. So this right here is share screen. This is the inside of the school. Now, what I want y'all to see, shout out to Raheem Rayford over on Facebook. What I want y'all to understand is, you see how beautiful this looks? Don't this look like a shopping mall or something? This is, shout out to Grease. Shout out to Grease, Big Grease over there on Facebook. He said a mini theater. Y'all see this? Yeah, it looks like a plaza. Now, what I want y'all to know, I want y'all to understand this right here, up here. See where my cursor is? Up at the top? See that square right there? That's glass. That's the roof. The roof is all glass, so the sun shines through. So the light, this thing you see, the only time the lights cut on, see these are light poles. Hold on, right here. These, you lose. Oh, something happened. Go here. Okay, there we go. Now go back here. Sorry, I clicked the button and I lost. These are, let me move this up a little bit. These are light poles. Right there. That's a light pole. That's a light pole. They cut on when it's gray, when it's raining. Oh, there you go. Grease said the first one I showed is the mini theater. Yeah, that's where we used to give us the plays. And that's where, when I tell a boom bash story, Grease, I'm gonna tell a Boom Bash what most people don't know. Boom Bash started in that mini theater, Grease, because we from the talent show, the Nasty Four, we was the like the headliners of the talent show. So when we used to have talent show practice in that mini theater, that's where the Boom Bash stuff started. Because what's her name? She got mad. When I tell the Boom Bash story, guys, I got some insight that most people from Hempstead don't know. We got insight. We was there. Y'all don't know how it started. When what's her name? That girl when she bought him Boom Bash from Queens. So that's gonna be a good one. Shout out to Denmark. He said, I think yes, that's the Commons. Thank you, Denmark. I forgot. We used to call this the Commons. Nowadays they call it something else. They got a new name for it. So this, guys, what you see right here is the Commons. Now, what I want y'all to see, y'all see this right here? These are classrooms. Our classrooms were glass, and this before they painted the glass black. The classrooms were glass. So this is the first floor. Hold on, let me make this smaller so that I can navigate this picture better. Crap, what am I? Close that. Close, go back here, grab that, put it to the front. There we go. Now I can navigate the picture better. So this right here is the first floor, right? These doors, see these 3 doors? Well, let me make it bigger. There we go. There we go. These are doors. They lead to outside, right? That's how you go outside. Right here is a bathroom. So last week when Mike Garcia said we used to have sessions in the bathroom getting high, we'd be in a bathroom, it'd be 90 dudes in this bathroom smoking weed, unless the a crusher, one of them, one of the bodyguard or security guards, one of the security hall monitors, or Mr. Brown, the assistant principal, come catch us in the bathroom smoking. So we go out these doors. This right here are classrooms. This is the second floor classrooms. This is the third floor. Now this is a big circle and it's carpeted and this is glass. Okay, so right here, you can't really see it. This right here is a banister that drop. Remember, you have to have a wall you'll fall off this. This is high. These are 3 stories. This is a glass banister, right? It's glass. Your classroom was made out of glass. So what I mean by it is I can walk to your, let's say if Grease, now this is what we do. So Big Grease is over here. So Grease is in this classroom right here, right? And let's say he's in this classroom right here. Let me make it a little bigger. There we go. He's in this classroom right here. Now everybody's in the class. So when you're in the class, these hallways, this walkway should be empty. And the hall guards be like, where's your class? Get to your class, right? So if I get a pass to go to the bathroom, so I could be in this classroom over here, right? My classroom's over here. I can look through the glass and see Grease in this classroom over here and be like, right? So it's glass. So you can look through the classroom as the people sitting in the class. So now listen, I could walk out of my classroom. Let's say I want to go to the bathroom. I got a pass to go to the bathroom. So it's a bathroom, right? And I walk, but I'm really just want to go mess with Grease. So I could walk down here, go in front of his classroom, and it's a glass, and the girls in the classroom, and I could be in front of the class and bang on the glass, be like, yo, Grease, yo, and dance and stupid stuff, right? And the teacher be like, get out of it, right? So it's crazy. It was pretty fun, but it's crazy. Now, you looking at this is state-of-the-art stuff, right? Most people don't have a school like this. Grease said the school was built for Hofstra University, but when the fire happened, that's when the town stepped in. Shout out to Grease with the history. I didn't know that. So that's why I said it looks like a university. It looked like it's supposed to be a college campus. But when they burnt down the first, the other school from the riot, I guess they gave it to us. Now listen, so you look like you would think, oh, such a beautiful education system, right? Now remember, I told y'all the hoods. So you got to remember what kids are going to this school. The projects, Ghetto. Our house don't look as good as this school. I'm from the projects. My project building don't look like this. Each floor is carpet. So one floor one, I forgot how this go. Remember, it's blue. They got blue carpet, everything blue. Then another one's red. It's red carpet. Another one is yellow, yellow carpet and stuff. Yeah, the in-ground pool is crazy. We got a whole building for the gymnasium and an in-ground pool, lots. I only been in it maybe once or twice in my life, but this school is nuts. But Joe, now, the third floor, I think this had blue carpet up here, right? Like I remember the science class was right here, this right here, right? So now you can walk around to get a pass. Now the funny thing, I used to sell weed, right? So there was one year where I was really trying to graduate. I was trying to get my stuff together, right? And I'm selling weed. So we were always cutting class. It was a mess. So listen, I'm gonna get back to the story, but this is gonna have context to the story. So, and remember, it's almost 5,000 of us in this school. So, oh yeah, the track and field, the football field, all that. But anyway, so now I'm in class. Let's say I'm in this class. So this right here is Don Ryan's class down here. Where was Don's class? Right here, one of these two. And I used to be in Don's class, right? Don taught business law, right? Don was the Salvation Army basketball. He's a white man, but he's our white man with a ghetto pass. Don is our white brother, elder. One of the you know how all neighborhoods have that father, that it used to be a priest who looks out for the blacks in the young poor black. Don Ryan was ours. All right. So look, Grease going in. He said we had tennis court, all the tennis courts, shop class, auto mechanics class, home economics, and we had shop class, guys, with the woodwork section. Remember the wood, yo, Grease, what was the woodwork dude? Remember the teacher? I forgot his name. Then we had the auto mechanics class with the auto shop in the school. Oh, I remember me, Sherm Sawyer, me, Blaze, Patsy, all of us was in our auto shop class. All of us who's had these 98s and cars in the auto shop class. And they had a real auto mechanic shop in the school. But y'all would think like, y'all are blessed. This thing, this is, I don't know. It's like they put a $1 million mansion in the middle of the projects. That's like what this was. We were still hood, right? So listen. So now listen, I'm in this class right here. This actually really happened, right? So I'm in this class right here, Don's class. And all of a sudden, let's say it was Grease, it was Raheem Rayford, but Raheem was a little younger. So Raheem's brother was there, right? So let's say Grease, I'm just making up people. Grease, Corey Wilson, Mike, just a bunch of them, right? Anybody, right? It could be a bunch of them. Let's say they didn't have weed and they knew I had weed, right? And they couldn't find weed. They would come to my class. This what happened. They'd be and bang on the window. Well, they wouldn't do it with Don because everybody respected Don. But this is so funny. But this stuff happened to me. They bang on the window. Yo, what? And I'm like, yo, get away from the window. They're like, yo, we need. And I'm trying not to let my teacher know I'm selling weed. And they're like, and I'm like, bro, the teacher can see you. They see what you're doing, but they want weed so bad. Then Mark said Sergeant Baker and the cadets. Oh, that is hilarious. Sergeant Baker was funny as all outdoors. That's the military, what they call the cadets when you go to the military. So I forgot what they call that. Yeah, they need their medicine, the potheads. And they be having sessions. There be 30 people and they smoking all outside. And now also, if your class is on the first floor, you have a window that leads outside. Yeah, ROTC. Yeah, that. Yep, that's what I'm talking about. And the little Sergeant Baker, she's a little white lady. Grease said strong little lady. She a little short, little 5'1" white lady, and she be like, she military. She the ROTC. She was no joke. All right, so if your class is on the first floor, they can knock on your window, right? Outside. And they knock on the window like, yo, we need weed. So sometimes they would do it. If they did it correctly, I'll be like, and they'd blow me up. I'll be like, I need to go to the bathroom. And so I'll act like I'm going to the bathroom and go give them. They'd be like, "Yo, leave me alone, bro." They'd be like, because I'll be like, this way speak, catch me in between the classes. So in between the bell ring, you got to catch me in between because this hallway. So now this is what I want to point out, guys. When the bell ring, all these classes, all these kids come out. This whole thing be full of people, girls, people trying to kick it, girls, fights, all on the first floor, all this. Now down here is what we call the lockers. This is the commons. We call this the commons area. Right here is a store. This is a bookstore. Oh, I got a clearer picture. Let me show you this. So this is the yellow lockers. So this is where your locker is. So when the bell ring, you want to switch class, you left history class, you're going to go to science. So you got to come down here and get your science books. All people sitting, we be sitting all on this thing right here. People sitting up there, like girls, people kicking it. You in the yellow section, so you might come to this locker, and the bad girl you want to kick it to, she in your socks, your section. This the yellow section. Over here is a red section. Red carpet, red lockers. They got another one over here, a blue section, blue carpet, blue lockers. Another one over here, green section, green carpet, green lockers. Like it look and see this? This is lights. These are ambient lights on the thing. This is some beautiful stuff, right? But this school is crazy. You don't understand. Now I want to point something out to you too. You see this? These are trees. Inside, this is a tree. That's a tree. Indoors. Trees, birds flying around. See this? This is plants. Y'all see this greenery? Alive inside. These are trees. All right? That's why I said, if you see this, you would not think this ghetto. But this is the most ghetto. You would not. This school is nothing but. And then later, because it's all black and Hispanic, there's like 2 or 3 white kids. You know, the little nerd white dude who used to do the Rubik's Cube. I think his name was Arthur or something. It's 5,000 kids. You coming, this the hoodie hood, right? Facts. That's why I said, do not get this twisted. This school is horrible. All right. So that's why I said they dropped this mansion in the middle of the ghetto. All right. Now, and I got a documentary on this. All right. One of the worst schools in America, the graduation rate and everything. Rodney said like 3 Jamaicans. He said 3 Jamaicans, 2 whites, probably 1,000 Hispanics and 3,000 blacks. That's like Black Americans. That's like the makeup. All right. And the Hispanics are MS-13, SWP-15, Nietas, Latin Kings. Do y'all not understand? All right. It's no joke. All right. It's Central America and black. Oh, this hoodie hood stuff. All right. It just looks good. Don't get that twisted one bit. Oh, there you go. You can see the red. That's the red lockers. You can see the red right there. All right. Now, I got a clearer picture, and then I'm going to get back to the story. All right. All right, so let me stop screen, present, share screen, window, bang. This is a clearer one because that one looked yellowed out. See, that's the light that you're seeing come from. So this is another image of it. So now you can see that's another set of lockers. That's another set of lockers. This is another, I think this is the orange lockers right here. Where you go in. You got people fighting, or they'll throw you off. You mess around, get thrown off this third floor banister. You don't want to get that floor is hard. All right. These are another doors that lead outside, another doors that lead outside. That's the commons. All right. It's Hempstead High School. Oh, shoot. Oh, shoot. Sorry, that was the wrong picture. All right, oh crap. I grabbed the wrong one. That was an accident. All right, sorry guys. I'm not, that wasn't on purpose. All right, I'm glad I got to see what I was doing. All right, so anyway, that's the commons. All right, that's Hempstead High School. Pardon me for that. That was a mistake. All right, so now let me get back to the story, because now we are that was bad. I apologize for that. All right. So present, share screen, uh, window, bang, share. So now, from where I left off at the last story, Denmark said, remember when Chino came? He stole all the girls. Shout out to Chino and Vic. Vic was DJ for the Nasty Four. Facts. Oh, Denmark said Leroy was thrown off one of those balconies. Yeah, that was some dangerous stuff, bro. You didn't want to get thrown off one of those balconies. Grease said his break dancing, but yeah. Shout out to Chino, Jose, Vic. These are Hispanics. Our school is black and Hispanic. Fact. Ghetto. Y'all know. If you're from the Bronx, you're from Brooklyn, you know what we talking about. All right. You from Harlem. You from New York City. You know what we talking about. All right. So now the Unique said, I remember that was after I graduated. You would come home and tell me, yo, these dudes is crazy. They blowing me up, King. That was our basic training on our younger days as real true brothers growing up in Hempstead and the crack up. So now the story I just told, a little bump at the movie, right? I gotta hurry up because I only want to do 2.5 hours. I'm trying to make this nice and tight. So now fast forward. So now we in Hempstead High, and you got neighborhoods in Strong Island. You got Hempstead, you got Roosevelt, you got Freeport. These are cities, like towns, cities. Then you got who's from? So from Freeport, that's where Prodigy from Mobb Deep, he moved there. Him and Havoc, but he from Hempstead. But from Freeport, you got Flavor Flav. From Public Enemy, he from Freeport. From Roosevelt, you got Eddie Murphy and Charlie Murphy. They from Roosevelt, right? They moved from Brooklyn to Roosevelt. I'm just trying to think of people y'all might know. And then from Hempstead is us. Then from Westbury, you got Fat Dr. Dre. From Dr. Dre and Ed Lover in the movie Who's the Man? That's he from Westbury. Then you got Long Beach. That's where Big Z Black from, the legend, the dark legend, Pissy Black. Then you got some Westbury, Hempstead, Roosevelt, Freeport, Long Beach, Uniondale. That's where Busta Rhymes and them is from. Yeah, Method Man from Hempstead. Fact. Thank you. Method Man from Hempstead. Thank you. And Rock Marciano. Thank you, Denmark. Chuck D is from Roosevelt's Public Enemy. Thank you, guys. And Method Man's from Hempstead, from Terrace Avenue, Terra Ave. And Rock Marciano, a rapper, is from Hempstead, Terra Ave. All right. And Granddaddy IU is from Hempstead, Crown Heights, the Heights. All right. So I'm just trying to think of some of these names that people might know from in the world. All right. So thank you guys for that. So now these are hoods, right? Now, each of these cities I named, they got high schools, right? They got hoods, and they have basketball games. So in any ghetto, football and basketball is a thing. It's popular. You know what I mean? Football, shout out to Tyrone A. Johnson over there on Facebook. Shout out to Tyrone. All right? So football and basketball is always a thing in any ghetto. Y'all know that. Any hood, no matter where it's at, football and because real rough kids, we play football and basketball. Some of us play baseball, not really that much, but baseball is no joke in the hood too. But football and basketball, it's on and popping. That's really what we play, all right? For the blacks in the ghettos, at least back in the 70s and the 80s. It's all about football and basketball. Some of us play baseball too, but football and basketball is no joke, all right? So now, so because of it, each of these schools, we're good in basketball and football. So we got like Division I, like Hempstead's Division I school, right? We United States, we breaking records. Any hood, you know what I mean? So each of these cities I named, they got high schools and they have basketball games. Like, so when the schools start, I think when school first started in September in New York, it's football season. But football's, so football, we'll go to football games. It'd be cold, right? Something such having a football game, right? And, it'd be a car show. You get dressed up because there's girls in the school. But when basketball season, they having basketball tournaments, basketball games. So let's say if Hempstead is playing Westbury, right? Then that means before play all sports and was good at them all. shout out to Denmark. So if Hempstead is playing Westbury, then we all gonna posse up to go to the game. Shout out to Big Bump, my big brother here. He said peace and blessings. Shout out to Big Bump. All right. So and I'm about to get to you in a second. I'm telling my last story about your little brother, Big Bump. So then I'm gonna get to you. So the if Hempstead's playing Freeport, then we go into the game. And now it's a lot of us in Hempstead. I mean, we thick, we deep. Everywhere we go. Now we don't all get along with one another. That's why like the school is like, I want y'all to think Hempstead fights Hempstead. Do y'all understand? Hempstead, that's why Hempstead is, I remember Method Man's kind of stepbrother, Rashawn from Shaolin, from Staten Island. When he came on from jail, I'm tell that story here. We had a record deal. And we was trying to get it with Raekwon and them from Wu-Tang. This is when Wu-Tang was blowed up. So Rashawn, shout Saquon from the Heights, he was in prison upstate in New York State prison with Rashawn, Method Man's, and Method's from Hempstead. So me and Rashawn did a record label from Staten Island. Shout out to Shaolin, Staten Island, and Ra Ra Records, Rashawn from Staten Island and Hempstead. And we was trying to get Wu-Tang to put on. So I brought Rashawn we went to a bar in Hempstead, and he didn't understand how I had to explain to him, because he was like, why ain't nobody setting it on me? And I said, number one, you ain't getting set on, meaning you ain't getting whooped out. Number one, because you with me. That's number one, right? Number one, you with me, and I got respect. Everybody know me, right? I'm not getting set on, right? Unless, not saying that I couldn't happen, but I don't have that energy. I ain't getting set on. That's just what it was, right? Now, but Rashawn couldn't understand, because he was like, well, if I brought you the shot, I said, well, if I'm with you, they gonna set it on me? He said, no, but listen, he said, but I've been walking around by myself and nobody set it on me. And I had to explain to him. I said, Rod, let me explain to you. This ain't Staten Island. First of all, my hood is 10 times the size of your hood, right? No disrespect to Shaolin. No, I'm not disrespecting it, right? I had to explain to Ra, because he took me to Shaolin. Shout out to Shaolin. He took me to Staples projects. He took me to Park Hill. I've been in all the projects, right? Took me amongst Raekwon and all of them back in the day. All right, so anyway, I'm going to tell that story here. I don't want to give it away. That's coming on the channel. So anyway, I'm just bringing Hempstead history. So I had to explain to him, now guys, for Hempstead, this was the time where they had this bar in Lakeview. I don't remember what year this was, probably like 93, 4, 5, I don't know what year it was. And they had the bar was in Lakeview, because y'all know we'll have a bar and then it'll get shot up and then it switch to somewhere else. It'll be at the Opportunity Lounge, or it'll be at the Bamboo, or it'll be so this time it was one in Lakeview, and everybody would go. So what Ra from Staten Island, from Wu-Tang, what he didn't understand, he said, yeah, but I've been walking around in here without you and ain't nobody said it. And I said, Ra, the reason why ain't nobody said it on you is because they don't know what set this is all rival. You got Roosevelt in here. You got Freeport in here. You got Lakeview dudes in here. You got Queens dudes in here that might be with some dudes from Terrace. You got Terrace Avenue in here. You got Parkside in here. You got Crown. You got people. We warring with each other. That's what I had to explain to him. I said, bro, you safe because don't nobody got beef with you. That's what I explained to him. I said, everybody in here is worried about, they got beef with one another. This dude from the Heights might got beef with them from Terrace. Terrace got beef with Parkside. Parkside got beef. Roosevelt got beef. So ain't nobody said, nobody know you, bro. You literally like, you literally like, they don't know who you are. They don't know who you with. I said, the only way somebody gonna set it on you is if you mess around, step on somebody's shoe, or you mess around, do something wrong, you're gonna get yourself in some trouble. Then I'm gonna have to find out who, like, I'm gonna have to find out who it is that you got a problem with. And sometimes I might not be able to stop it because it could be some Roosevelt dudes, right? So it could be, you could have a beef with somebody who I don't get along with. And mostly I'm like a, what she say? I get passed everywhere because I know a lot of people from everywhere, but it could be a certain group that I might be like, yo, he, trying to stop it. So then he kind of understood. So I let him know, like, it's built different. So that's what I'm saying, guys, about the school. Like, our school, it looked all good, but you can have some problems. You better know, right? So now I'm pointing that out because now I'm saying basketball games. So let's say Hempstead is playing. Now I'm telling a story. This is a literal particular story. Hempstead was playing Elmont. Elmont is another town in Long Island, but it's right connected to Queens. So it's not connected to Hempstead, Roosevelt, Uniondale, and all that. It's a little separated because it's black, it's small, but it's connected to Queens Village. Elmont and Queens is borderline. So Hempstead had a basketball game at Elmont High School. So whenever Hempstead got basketball, we all posse up. We got cars, and it's a bunch of us. It's Goonie Goons, right? So it could be, guys, it could be 100 people coming from Hempstead, 200, like, and what I was saying is, it's a bunch of thugs. I'm just keeping it real. Now you got your cool people, right? So let's say if Big Bump, since he here, let's say if Big Bump was going to the game. Big Bump ain't a thug, meaning you mostly safe with him. Now don't violate, don't get yourself hurt. You know what I mean? Don't try to play him. Be respectful and all that, and you safe. He'll be the type that'll help you. More than likely, he'll be the type like I will. He'll be the type that'll try to stop them from beating you up. That type of thing, right? So Big Bump could be there with, but then you got a bunch of us. We all separate. So let me show a picture. Let me show this picture. It got relevance tonight too. So y'all can see. Let me show this picture. Present, share screen. Oh, that's not the right picture. Yeah, because they don't look. Let me show another one. Hold on. Let me show another one. I'll get a better one than this. Because I want y'all to see what I'm talking about. Cancel. Go back to here. It should be open in here somewhere. There we go. Let me show you. That one ain't good either. Because they out a club. Well, let me show you this one just for now. I showed it before. They at a club. So I don't want y'all to get twisted by how they dressed. So let me show you. They at a club. So they looking all clean. Let me present. But this is a good picture because one of these people is in this story that I'm about to tell. Bang, share. So I showed this picture before, right? So this is them, they in the club, right? So that right there, that's Kev Kerr, right? Pretty boy, right? See, they dress because they in the club. That's Blase. I told a picture about Blase. See, they in the club. See, he got his glasses on, his frames. He got his fur hat on, got his leather. You see Kev? Kev will knock you. Kev could fight. You hear? Let me explain something to y'all. See that in the middle? That's Vita Blue. That's Blue. Blue could fight. You hear me? And these dudes will bust their gun too. Right? Y'all know the wicked chair. They're in the club. You see that back there? That's Wes. Now he got the proper face. Wes is the one I said, Wes is bully. but West could fight. You understand? This Hempstead. Now Zay, you might think, yeah, West is a mess. Yeah, that's West the mess in the back. Facts. R.I.P. to West. You might think Zay, you might think, okay, he don't look too, oh no. Every last one of them in this picture will knock you out. They could fight. I'm talking about they gonna scrap to the death, and they'll bust you too. They'll bust their gun. Right? That's just one, and this one right here. You might see Jerb, and you might be like, well, he look, he got a, but they in the club. They in the probably Nagasaki. I don't know where they at. They make you dress up, no sneakers, no jeans. I don't know how Blue. I don't know. Blue look like he got on an army coat. I don't know where they at, but I know they don't dress like this. Right? So I know that I don't know what Blue. I don't know how Blue got in there looking like that. But anyway, that's Jerb. You might think you safe with him. Jerb will knock the brains off your shoulders. They all could fight. All right. Now, so it might be 20 of them in one posse at this basketball game, and they from Hempstead. But then it might be another 20 that I could show you another picture of them that's still from Hempstead. That's in another posse over here. Then another 30 over here. Then you got 20 more, and they from the Heights. It might be Big Grease, Big Pooch, Raheem Rayford, Rod Napier. It might be, you see? And they from the Heights. Then it might be another 20 of them. They from Terra Ave. Then it might be another, but they all from Hempstead. You see? But they all at this game. Y'all understand? They all at this game. Let me show y'all one more picture, and then I'm going to tell this story so y'all can have the context. Y'all can understand what I'm talking about. All right, present, share screen, window. Where you at? This one. Now, it's another picture. Now, a lot of them, they smiling because they having a good time. But it's two of them that ain't smiling. All right. So let me zoom in. Look at these two. Let me get Rock out the picture because he's smiling. I don't want him to do smiling too. I'm trying to get the smile. Let me make it bigger. There we go. Them two. See him? That's West the mess. And that's Biz. All right? And tell the story of Biz tonight. Right? You see that face? These are the faces. This is really what you're going to see when this Hempstead dude's coming up. It's going to be a whole 30 crew of them looking like this. This is a problem. Anybody from the hood, you understand this personality. You understand this face. All right? I showed y'all the image of Lil Bump. I showed you the eyes, right? Now, Lil Bump ain't going to have a screw face. He going to be more like smooth and all, but the eyes don't lie. You see? Right? Now, in the picture, that's Renee. Look at Nene. Now, that's Deuce. Right? That's Crack. Right? Now, I'm going to tell a story about, now, that's Rocco. Look at Rock smiling for the picture, right? That's Timbo, Carly G. That's Jerb again. Now, let me explain. Some are more dangerous than others, right? Some are bullies, some are cool, some will help you out, some will instigate the problem. Like any ghetto and any hood, you got your troublemakers and your instigators and your bullies and stuff. So it might be 50 of them. Now, I'm good because they know me, I know them, but I'm going to tell a story tonight, and I'm going to keep it real, right? I'm going to tell a story. Some people ain't going to like it. I'm about to get to it. Let me get this over with, and I'm going to get the big bump. I don't care, don't like it. I'm telling the truth on this channel. I didn't told when I took a loss. I'm going to tell a story tonight that some people might not like. It is what it is. You heard? Because I ain't see everybody fight. I seen some people fight. I seen Jerb fight. I seen Crack fight. I seen West fight. I don't remember. I heard of Biz fight and I don't remember. But I didn't see everybody fight. Just so y'all know. Not everybody. All right. Now, I'm going somewhere in a second. It might rub some people the wrong way, but who cares? I don't care. It shouldn't have did. It is what it was. You heard? I respect real. Because let me explain something. I seen Big Bump. Let's go. Let's play, baby, play. I seen Big Bump do something, and I seen people get real quiet. Let me explain something. Real is real. Let me stop share. Let's go. We about to get funky now. We gonna get to the story. And this ain't the start nothing. This just the history. It's just facts. It just is what it is. This is the truth, what happened. I'm telling stories, things that affect my life and the truth. There's some people who look up to some people and I ain't never seen them do nothing. But they got a lot of respect because they ran with a crew. And the crew would jump people and stuff. But oh, I seen Big Bump. Yeah, I seen Big Bump do something. And I seen a lot of people get quiet. And I know he humble. And I know he like, come on, Rod, don't start now. Sorry, Big Bump. I just got to tell the truth. You know, I tell the truth. I seen a lot of people get quiet. Where was all that tough stuff you do when you all rah, when you bully, when you jumping people or you doing stuff? But I seen Big Bump shut down about 10 of them. And everybody got quiet. You heard? All right. This one might rough a little. I ain't gonna do nothing to hurt. I'm gonna just tell the truth. I'm gonna tell the truth. All right. Now, let me finish my story, my last story, little bump. So now, let me put my images of my brothers back on the screen. Little Bump and Big Bump. And let's tell this last story so I can get the Big Bump story. All right, window. And this involves me. Facts. Bang, share. All right. Now, so we're at Elmont. Now from the movie theater situation with Lil Bump, remember I was like, wow, this dude is so gangster. This dude was just crazy. Now, as we growing, I'm getting older, right? We getting older. I'm the guy. We doing our thing. And, he got his reputation as crazy. Lil Bump, he just, I don't know. After that movie theater thing, I don't know. He was like a god walking around in the hood. Like, he was just, and he's just smooth, right? He not a bully. He ain't screw facing. He don't mess with too many people, but he cool. Right? He'll be cool with you, but just do not get on his wrong side. You just do not want that smoke, right? So as we going on, so now at this time that I'm saying, I think Lil Bump was running with Kev Kerr. I showed the image of Kev on the screen. He was running with a certain clique. He always wear his frames, his glasses. He was smooth, but no joke. So Elmont was having a basketball game. So everybody posse up and go to the game because all the girls from their high school and everybody, and we Hempstead, we deep. So we go to Elmont High School and we had the big basketball game. So now when the hood come into another hood, it's like Brownsville going to a Bed-Stuy, Brooklyn basketball game to their high school, boys and girls. People from Brownsville, I don't know what they call Brownsville High School. I don't know what they call some of their high schools, right? No, not PS, that's public school. But whatever high school going to Boys and Girls High School in Brooklyn, right? In Bed-Stuy or something, because they got a basketball game. So it's like a rival hood coming in. So it's a lot of chance it's going to be a problem, right? But Hempstead, that's how we are. We don't care. We a problem. See, that's why I say we're a problem with ourselves. The funny thing is most of us is fighting each other. Oh, Hempstead will come to your hood, your party or your basketball game, and it'll be a riot. And you would think that it's a riot. Brooklyn Red said it's Thomas Jefferson. Thank you, Brooklyn Red. So it's like Thomas Jefferson going to boys and girls, the thugs, to a game. More than likely, it's going to set off, right? Before the game is over, at the end of the game when it's over, that type of thing. But the thing with Hempstead is so big, It's because Brooklyn Red said that's the worst high school. Oh my God. Okay, thank you. All right, that's how my school was, one of the worst high schools like that. But the thing with Hempstead is you mostly safe because Hempstead is going to fight each other in the thing. Like they'll come to your high school and they'll start a war, but it'll be Hempstead versus Hempstead in your hood. Everybody be like, who's fighting who? I don't know. They fighting each other. That's how our hood is. So we at Elmont and it's going, it's popping. I remember we pulled up, whatever, and I just remember seeing Little Bump in them. Right? Now this is funny. This is what people don't know. I know if Lil Bump see this, he might laugh at this. Lil Bump, he never acknowledged me. This is funny. This is funny. I don't know if he didn't like me. I don't know, Big Bump. But he would never, you know how you'd be like, yo, what up, Rod? And I don't think I ever said it because he wouldn't screw face me, but I don't know. I thought maybe he don't like me. I don't know. He just would never acknowledge me, but he would never disrespect or anything. But I always wanted, I looked up to him. So, but it just was what it was. Hempstead's a funny place, right? But he would just look like, Kevin or what up, Rod, and everything. He would just, kind of ignore me, right? It's funny. And I'm not used to that. Everybody acknowledged me, right? But I don't know what it was. It wasn't, he never said anything or nothing. I know he would know. He would probably be like, and this is funny. This is how it is growing up in the hood. Sometime when you think, because I have people feel this way about me, sometime when you think someone might not have liked you or something, when you ask them, they be like, I ain't have no problem with you. That's how I be. Because I have people come up to me and say the same thing. Like, I thought you didn't like me. You never acknowledged me. You would say what up to them and you would, because when you have a certain reputation, people look up to you. So I have people who look up to me. And I'm literally like, man, I ain't got no problem with you. Like, no, right? So I understand it. So it's just, but when you on the other end of it, I'm like, yeah, Big Bump. I'm like, I don't know. But I definitely wanted his acknowledgement, but he just never gave it to me. It is what it was, right? So anyway, but he never did anything to let me think he didn't like me or nothing. He just was him, Big Bump. He quiet. He was just him, right? So anyway, yeah, he just chilling, right? He just chilling. He's like, man, ain't nobody got nothing against you. I'm just chilling, right? So anyway, so I remember we was at the game, and I remember seeing Bump in them come in. He was with Kev. He was with a group of them. And Bump is so, I don't know, at that time, Lil Bump, his reputation was on fleek. And I remember him walking in, and he was just so smooth, right? And he walking, and I just looking, we was on these bleachers, we always got a crew, and I'm like, and whatever. So, they demand respect. So like Lil Bump and them, they dangerous. You know how you walk. What it looked to me like, if you can make a cartoon of it, it's like a cartoon smoke of danger. Like as they walk, you see a cloud smoke with danger written over the cloud smoke, right? As they walk, right? Like everybody just don't mess around because this could go really left if you do not want to mess with this crew right here, right? Because you got Bump in there, you had Kev in there, you had a couple of them in there. It was probably like 10 of them. And like almost all the 10 of them were really hardcore, dangerous dudes that could fight and everything. So I'm like, and I'm laughing because I'm looking and I'm looking at the Elmont crew, right? I'm looking at it and I'm like, man, as long as just don't mess with that crew. And something happened, guys, and it went down. I don't know if it was Hempstead messing with Elmont or it was Hempstead messing with Hempstead, but that doggone it was an indoor basketball game, high school, it was a riot in that game. It was, I don't know who was there. For some of y'all who was there, y'all can, but all I know, I remember Lil Bump. He was if you could just single in, I remember Lil Bump was in full Lil Bump mode. He went crazy. They was tearing, I don't know who they was tearing up, whether it was Hempstead or another city or another people from Hempstead on Hempstead or Hempstead versus Elmont or Hempstead versus Roosevelt. I don't know what it was, But man, Lil Bump was just, I mean, snatching people, slamming people, punching people, dragging people off the stands, people trying to calm him down, and he was just running through the, it was no calming down. That's what I said. Once you flip his switch, that switch don't turn off. You, like, I know his brother could turn it off, Big Bump, because he really loves and respects his brother. I think only his brother probably can turn that switch off. Because once, yeah, chairs fly, like bleachers flying. Once that flip is switched, you best to just get out the way. And that flip was switched in that game. That, I remember, that was a whole nother level of me looking at him like, my goodness, Lil Bump is just a beast mode, bro. This dude is just, I mean, this dude is smooth, but yeah. So anyway, now that was another sight. For those who was there, they probably got more insight to what happened and what was going on, but he was taking numbers and snatching people, and he was like a one-man machine going through there. I'm talking about he type to take on 5 in the crew, and it's just no stopping him, like a machine. I'm like, my goodness, bro. So now let me do which one? It's the jail. Let me do this one. So now I'm gonna fast forward again. Now this is quick. I'm gonna get to Big Bump now. The Lil Bump later. Now I want to say nothing because he did time for some of this stuff. So there was a Lil Bump became, I guess he became gangster. Like it's the gangster years, and he became like not selling drugs, but he'd take money, take money. Now he did crime, he did time for it. All right, he did like 10, 15 years, so I ain't saying nothing that he did time for. Now there are some things that happened that I won't say, but let me give you this scenario. Imagine, let me see, the mafia. The mob, like what's the John Gotti, the mafia, the Italian mafia, what's the dude from Chicago, the old mafia dude, the famous dude, Al Capone, and them, right? So let's say I'm giving y'all scenarios so y'all can imagine, because I can't speak on this. These are this hood stuff that you can't speak on, and this ain't that type of channel. So let's say you got the mafia, right? The Italian mob, right? John Gotti and the real mafia, that people know you don't cross the mafia, right? You be dead or something, right? That type. So people respect, and they got the fear, and a shout out to Mia Mac over on Facebook, right? Shout out to Mia, right? Little Bump did something, and he went to jail for a long time for this stuff. But I'm gonna paint the picture of his heart. Listen, there was a crew of people on Strong Island that was like the mafia. Straight killers. They have the main person that I'm speaking on got life in prison now for killing. I don't know how many bodies they got under them. They're doing life in prison right now. Right? So I'm not going to say no name. I'm not going to give anything. For those who know, you know. I'm speaking through code. Right? This ain't no snitch channel here. This ain't that other white dude's channel. I forgot his name. Dude that be setting people up. This ain't that. All right? So now I'm giving you a scenario. There was a crew that was like the mafia. And the proof is in the pudding. A lot of them are dead. And the leader of it has got life in prison. Now, Lil Bump, this one just, yeah, this ain't Vlad TV. Lil Bump, this one blew me away. It was rumored, and he went to prison for this, that he went and set it on this mafia type of people. where most people didn't want to have anything to do with him, more or less going to rob them because they had money. And he went to jail for this stuff. But the thing is that it was known in the streets that that's who did this. And that was the most dangerous. I don't think y'all really can understand, because I was in jail and stuff inside, and this stuff ringing through the jails and everything. Like, what? I'm like, that boy Fearless. He went to, like, okay, this is what I mean. You know how people are so tough, right? Everybody, they talk all this tough stuff, right? When they're in a group of numbers and they bullies, they can jump you and all that. Everybody tough. But how tough are you when it really go down? I don't know too many people who would have enough heart to do what he did and let it know. He didn't care that they knew who it was. Whoa. Now, for those who know, y'all know. So something happened. I want to speak this, but he did time for this, where let's say, hypothetically, we making scenarios. Let's say this was the mafia, right? And this was the Gambinos from the 30s, like Carlo Gambino, the Gambino crime family, right? You know, what we see on TV, the biography channel. Let's say someone said, Big Bump went in there and robbed Carlo, went into the, and stuck up the Gambinos with no mask type of thing. Like, let them know, yeah, I did it. I mean, I said Big Lil Bump, sorry. That type of, I'm making up a hypothetical scenario just so y'all can have an image of what my big brother went to. And when I say my big brother, because they from my hood and I look up to them, you know, whether they was light or dark, these are things that I looked up. This is just my testimony of my life. This just is what, I'm not promoting none of this, just what it was. I'm giving flowers. I'm giving black roses that they survived. And he's not living that no more. All right. So now the funny thing was he befriended this Lil Bump, what's his name? Albert. What's the name's little brother? Ed Lovelace. Yeah, Albert. Sorry. I don't need to be saying people's names. So Lil Al, and he got that from L, from Boy Boy. So I remember that time, and I was like, this is the funny part, Big Bump. I was a little jealous. I was like, man, Lil Bump, you messing with Al. He won't acknowledge me for nothing, but he messed with Lil Al. Y'all know Al was not gangster. Lil Al, shout out to Lil Al. No disrespect. I like Lil Al. That's my little man. But y'all know he wasn't trying to be no thug. Al wasn't trying to be no killer or shooter. Y'all know that. And, you know, the reason why Al had a pass on Parkside, because he was hanging with Eldridge, right? Because L allowed him to hang, right? And then L was, bumped, so he was running. So I said, he got Al to mess around. Boy, I said, yeah, Bump. Bump. I was like, Al to mess around, messing with Lil Bump. He done got Lil Al in some real stuff. I'm like, now Bump can handle the weight that's going to come from what they did. But I remember I was in jail, Big Bump. I was like, oh my goodness. I said, Lil Al, he better hope, because Lil Al come from a good family. That people got money. I said, I think his dad was police or something too, or something like that, a politician or something. I was like, his dad better get him out of jail, because he do not want to go to prison with that thing, knowing because those dudes that's like the mafia. But Lil Bump, now, let me end this. I'm in jail. Big Bump said news trail. I'm in jail. And I remember it was like Lil Bump. Now, when you're in Nassau County jail, this always blows my mind, because Lil Grease was like, I told Grease, I'm in jail. They told me, take a big Grease, right? There you go. Big Bump said his dad was a Nassau County detective. That's what I thought. I'm like, his dad was a cop, a Big Bump, and he up here want to run around in the hood. That's why I used to tell him, Big Bump. I'm like, yo, Al, they used to be on the corner of Maple in the store. I'm like, yo, Al, what you doing? Remember he had that little BMW? I said, boy, you gonna mess around. You know, be those want to be in the hood. Shout out to Al. He's a good dude, though. I'm not disrespecting little Al. I liked him. He looked up to me, but I used to know. I'm like, yo, bro, you gonna get yourself in trouble, man. You gonna mess around and get yourself, because you know, we in the hood, we really in the hood. You know what I mean? We living that life for real. So you playing around, you gonna get yourself in trouble, mess around with L. Because see, L, one thing I know about Eldridge navigated it perfectly. Eldridge would be right. Eldridge was like, he can tie all the real dangerous thugs together, but at the same time still keeping his hands clean. He's smart the way he navigated it. But Al, you're not born and raised. He wasn't born and raised he can't do what, and I knew it. And so when I was in jail, I remember that's when it happened. And they got in there, and I was like, oh man, Al. And I remember Al was in jail, and I'm like, his parents need to get him out of here. Because when that mafia, those type of, find out that he was involved, there's a, what you call that on your head? A bounty. I'm like, and this stuff, this level is some real level. That's why I ain't saying no names or nothing that. This ain't no joke, right? And the person, the big person about it, he got life in prison, all right? So yeah, it's a poor thing to navigate this. You got to know how to navigate it. So I'm in jail, and everybody talking about the thing, and I'm like, that's when I found out. I was in jail when I found out this happened, and it was big in jail, right? So everybody talking about it, and I was like, only thing I remember, I laughed. I said, Lil Bump. I said, Lil Bump probably the only one that would have enough heart to do that. I wouldn't have did that. I ain't got that. I ain't got that. I ain't built like that. I'm just let y'all know. I mean, now I handle mine, right? I ain't no joke, but that's crazy. That's some crazy stuff. Like, Lil Bump crazy, right? Lil Bump crazy. I said, Lil Bump is definitely the only one who would even think something like that. Let's go get them, because they got all the money and everybody's scared. So listen, this crew that I was talking about, they so powerful that they probably had all their stuff just out. Like, cause they know ain't nobody going to try to rob them. You know what I mean? Ain't nobody trying to go into the Cabrini Green and rob Nino Brown. You know what I mean? That was what I'm saying. That's the scenario. It was like Bump was like, Lil Bump said, all right, this is the plan, guys. We're going to go and we're going to go to the inside Cabrini Green in Chicago, and we're going to rob Nino Brown and their whole organization. They're like, what? What do you mean we go? Yeah, that's where we going. Who down? Like, I ain't down. I'm out. I'm sorry, I'm out. But that's Lil Bump. Fearless. So anyway, I'm in jail, and now the story comes, and everybody like, and I'm like, yeah, Lil Bump, that boy hard. So everybody like, yo, I remember people was like, yo, Rod, yo, Al, man. I said, I know his people need to get him out of here. Because if he go up north with that thing, he ain't gonna live. With that thing on his head. But I knew Lil Bump was gonna handle his own. I knew one thing, that Lil Bump, that boy put his own rep. I don't know, that boy made his own rep. I ain't mad at that. I'm just telling truth to power. So anyway, I'm in jail. So I think I'm going on a visit or something, right? They called me on a visit. So they popped the gate. I think I'm in A dorm in the building, out in the satellite, right? The dorm for the high bell dorm and stuff, right? Where y'all know A and B dorm, right? Y'all already know. For those who know about Nassau County satellite back in the 90s, y'all know A and B, right? So they pop my joint. I come out. I'm gonna go on a visit. So I get my car. I turn around. I go walk, and all of a sudden the gate popped from back here, and it's Lil Bump. I'll never forget this. So he walking, and Lil Bump got this walk too. He tall, it's kind of slim. He got this walk, right? So he walking, and he got his frame's on. Let me zoom in on Lil Bump, right? So he walking up, right? That's him right there. And he got his orange uniform, because we got an orange jail uniform in Nassau County, but he got shoes, hard bottom, black slip and slides. We call them shiny shoes in jail. I'll never forget this. I would. You don't wear. First of all, the floors are like you in jail. You need to have your sneakers on so you can fight. Right? You don't nobody wear slip and slides in jail. Ain't nobody got no hard bottom dress shoes on in jail. And he ain't new. He been there. So I'm walking through the thing. They pop my thing, and here he come. They pop the gate, and he got that walk. And you know, when you walk in hard bottom shoes on the hard marble floor, it's like click, 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 right? So he walking. Y'all know, if for those know Lil Bump, his walk. So he's walking, right? And yeah, we got back then. We got Tim's sneakers, whatever you want. You gonna fight for it though. You better, right? So anyway, this the '90s. So he walking, and it tripped me out. Yeah, he living like a king. He walking, and it's just like he got this. It's like he just robbed the mafia. It's like his attitude, like he didn't do what he just did, what he's in jail for. He served his time for it. He is in there with his, and he just walking, and I look, and I just laughed on the inside. And there again, I looked for him, and he didn't even. This is funny, Big Buck. I'm looking for him to be like, "What up?" And he didn't even acknowledge me. He just walked and just kept on walking. And I'm like, I want to say, what? Bob, I'm right here. Like, he never acknowledged me. I don't know what it is. It's so funny. So you can ask him, Big Bro. Ask him. If he watched this, he probably laugh. Because I know he have no problem, because he never gave me that energy like he had a problem. Right? But he still didn't acknowledge me. Yeah. Right? So I'm like, and this I was like, and this mess with me, Lil Bump. Because I'm like, you friends with Lil Al, right? I'm more gangster than Al. That's how I was feeling. I'm like, I'm more gangster than Al, Lil Albert. I'm like, you acknowledge Albert, you acknowledge Elder. He would not. He would not. He just walked, and I looked back, and I'm like, and then I remember he was in the other side, and nobody. His respect, and I'm like, and his respect will follow him in jail. That man. I'm like, shout out to Lil Bump. So anyway, that's my story of Lil Bump. One more incident happened, and I'm glad. So fast forward again. Now we're in the 2000s. He had went to jail at this time. He went in for like, I don't know, maybe like 7 to 10 years. He went away for a while. I don't know what that was for, but he had did a long bid. So, and his reputation, he was Lil Bump, right? So this time he came home, I did my time for this crime. This one I was palace mobbed. I was rich. I was balling, right? And but nobody knew what level I was. They didn't know I was like kingpin level. I did my time for that. Right? They didn't know I was dealing with all type of keys. They didn't know I was rich, but they knew, like, I think I had the Escalade and the Benz ML, right? I think it's before I bought my Flying Spur Bentley back then. And they didn't know I had all these houses, and like, they didn't know, because you don't let the hood know that you dealing with keys, because somebody's coming, right? So I remember I came home, and the street, big bump home and everything, right? And I was up there. And now, Lil Bump, sorry, I keep saying Big Bump, Lil Bump, sorry. Lil Bump home. And so, the streets, like, and he had a baby with my cousin Lori, but he still ain't acknowledging me. Now, this is the funny thing. I had about 30 cars, Drizzy, altogether probably 40. So in my life, or more than that. So now this is the funny part. Lil Bump then practically married my cousin Lori and had a baby Lil JJ. So he in my family now, but he still won't. He acknowledged Unique in them. He just won't acknowledge me. I don't understand it. I could not get on. I could not get on his good side. I so wanted in. I know he gonna trip out. Like he didn't know none of this. But this is funny. People got stories about this of me like this in their life. This is just my story. I'm just telling like my story. So people won't know this. So I remember he used to speak to Unique and all of them, and I'm like, well, but anyway, but he, Lil J, he part of my family now, but he's still. So anyway, so he's in the dead end. Look, a little bum laughing. I know you don't know that, right? Shout out Corey here. Shout out to Corey. So he's in the dead end. So now in the projects, they got a dead end where the water towers is. I said that story. So it's a 67 side of my projects, right? So I remember everybody like, Lil Bump home, Lil Bump home. So immediately I thought like, man, Lil Bump dangerous, right? So I was like, I'm getting it. Like, I'm getting it. People don't know the level, but they know I'm getting it. You could tell by my light, by my car, you could tell I'm getting keys, but they don't know what real level. And that's dangerous because I don't know how he look at me, right? I don't know if he would be like, oh, he getting it? We about to rob him, I don't know this because I don't know what, the energy. He won't receive me, right? So I just remember though, they was like, Lil Bump is home. And honestly, I felt you could call it a little bit of fear. I'm just honest because, it's just my reality, because I'm getting it. And so I was like, oh man, I'm like, well, I gotta, if he find out, because that's how it is. That's how I used to be. Like certain times I come on like, who getting it? Because I need to get on my feet. And if you getting it and you ain't something stamped, some people are coming to get it. It's just the hood, right? The hood is no joke. They coming to get it. So I the fear wasn't that I was scared. It was like, I know that if he decide that he want to get it from me, I know this is a life and death thing because he ain't nothing to play with. So I know, and I don't want that smoke, of course. I'm not a bad guy. Like I don't want to do nothing to nobody. But I know that if he set his sights on me, I got to be willing to die, right? It's that level. So that's what the fear was. I don't want it because I look up to him, right? But that's my reality. Somebody come home, if you getting it, you got to be careful if they want to set it on you, right? So I remember that scenario. I'm like, nah, but he ain't, he family, right? Little JJ, he family. Nah. So then that's the funny thing. So I pulled to the projects and I was in one of my things. I don't know, one of my Escalade, one of my cars or whatever, Benz or something. And I pull into the dead end. And when I get to the dead end, as I start to pull in, I stopped and I seen cars there. And this is when C-Rad had a Navigator or something. So I stopped and they had the cars and it was stopped and they was drinking. It was like a party in the dead end type of thing. And I stopped and I looked and I could see, I think Father Boo was there, C-Rad was there, there was a bunch of them there and they was drinking and stuff. I guess, like kind of celebration, Lil Bump. And then I seen Lil Bump and he fly and I was like, oh crap, right? Because I'm the type, I'd rather slide under the radar. I don't want people to know what I got because I don't want, and then I'm like, but now I got, I can't pull out or nothing, right? So I pulled in. Nobody knows this story. Y'all find out now. So I pulled in and I'm like, all right, now he gonna see I'm getting it because whatever I was in showing I'm getting it. But I always been getting it, but this is a whole nother level of me getting it, right? Now, nobody know how much I'm really getting it. And I did my time for those crimes. I did my time, all right? So I get out and one of them, I think Eldridge like, yo, what up, Rob? And I'm like, what up? He like, Bump home. I'm like, yeah, I heard. Now, nobody knows that Bump don't never acknowledge me. Right? So people don't know this. Only I know it, and he know it. I don't know if he even paying attention to know it, right? So they're like, so I'm like, I know. So I walk over, and they drink and see Rad. Everybody say what up. Everybody say what up. And I'm like, yo, what up, Bump? And I think then he said, what up? He said, what up? And I'm like, what up, Bump? I think he said, what up? But it still wasn't the what up I want. You know what I want? I want your what up? Give me a hug. I want to be down. I want to. I know people who want that from me, right? They want my acknowledgement, right? I do that purposely. I know when people want my acknowledgement, I purposely acknowledge them because I know what they want, right? So I want this acknowledgement. I still want it, and I'm an adult, right? At that point, I still want it. But he said, "What's up?" But it's still what I want. I'm all needy, right? I want him. I want him to give me a hug or something. That's hilarious. But this ghetto stuff, right? This ain't no what they call pause. This pause, no homo, right? But y'all know what I'm talking about, right? So anyway, it's ghetto stuff. I can laugh about it, right? I know he has no idea of this, right? He has no idea. Because I got a good poker face, right? That's the hood stuff. The hood don't know. I'm just transparent now. I don't got nothing to hide or shame. It's just my truth. It's my testimony. It's my book. It's my life story, right? Unique said I came to Parkside right after you had left. So he said, what up? And I said, you know what I mean? Whatever. And everybody, yeah, look at me, right? So I gave everybody dap and everything. So then I went into the building. I think I was going to serve somebody or something. So then I remember I came back out. And then I just remember thinking, I'm like, I just hope he don't be like, oh, he getting it. And you know what I mean? I'm like, I just didn't want that because I really looked up to him. He don't know that, but I really looked up to him. But thankfully, that wasn't what it was. Thankfully, he never did that. It wasn't. And that was it. He was home. And I think he stayed home, but I think he went back again. Yeah, he did go back again. He was home. And then I think that's when they did that big thing. I don't know. But he went back again to jail and he did like another 10, some crazy amount of years. And he's home. He came home a while ago now and been home. Shout out to Lil Bump. Just my story of my life, of the things that you don't even know, Lil Bump, that you affected in my life. And you didn't even know I looked up to you. Big Bump said he went and did 12 years. So shout out to Lil Bump, one of the real gangsters from my hood. And when I mean real gangsters, I'm talking about, see, there's levels to this. I'm talking about not just gangster because it's a bunch of y'all, not just gangster because you got the upper hand, not gangster no matter what. And when I mean gangster, I meant, let's replace the gangster word. Thorough. Standing at, keeping the same energy. That's the word. We keep that same energy in all circumstances. That's how I did me. That's why I'm so transparent on this. That's why I'm telling y'all I tell y'all when I was a little nervous, when I might have fear, but I let y'all know I was ready to die. I'm ready. I want it to happen. Like my story with Kev Sullivan. You know what I mean? When me and my shootout, and I say, I got to get fam off the block because if Kev try to bring it to me, I know it's to death, right? I can't beat Kev with my hands and stuff, right? But I don't want it because I like Kev. I look up to Kev. That's my boy. But this is just real hood stuff. I'm able to tell the truth. So yeah, I respect those who keep their same energy no matter what. And that's what Lil Bump showed me all my life. Whether it was good, bad, positive, negative, he kept that same energy. Even when he went and did his prison sentences, he ain't turned snitch. He ain't cry about it. He was in jail with that same energy. You hear me? That boy was walking with his shoes on in jail, just as clean, just coming on. I guess he was coming from a visit or something. Just good frames, like he was ain't a care in the world. Same energy. All right, Lil Bump. Now let's get to Big Bump. All right, this story. I grew up, I knew about Big Bump. I never had the opportunity to see him fight, but I heard his stories. I heard he could box. His respect. All right, let me, there you go. Let me put Big Bump on the screen now. There we go. So his respect level, everybody respect him. But he's humble. He's a good guy. He's a good guy. He'll help you. Like, he's a good guy. He's not trying to be gangster thug, but he had respect. Nobody, he could fight. I heard all that. I guess he'll bust his gun. I never seen him have to really even, like, all right, I'm just trying to do it as best I can. Just was very well respected and carried himself with respect and wasn't trying to be a thug or a gangster. Okay? That's Big Bump. So I knew about him, right? Big Bump would acknowledge me, right? Even when I was younger. If you said what's up, he'd be like, what's up, right? He just, right? But he wasn't what the young thugs, what we would look up to be, like we would look up to Little Bump, because Little Bump was the gangster. We would look up to Big Bump and respect him, but he wasn't trying to be a gangster, see? But he had the ultimate respect. Now that's who we should be looking up to. Corey said, you sent me a picture. All right, where'd you send it, on Messenger? Let me try to find it. So we should be trying to look up. See, this street stuff, ghetto stuff. We should be trying to look up to Big Bump and following, but my little stupid butt, I'm looking up to Lil Bump, right? Because I'm in the streets. I'm in the hood, right? So yeah, that's just the reality. So how do I find Messenger? Okay, let me see some, Corey. Messenger. That's messages. Messenger. Corey. Oh, he sent me a hell of a pic. Who that? Who in this picture, Corey? I know that's you. Oh, definitely. You definitely gonna have to give me details of this flick. I'm gonna do this flick. Is that Rakisha in that picture? All right, so Corey, when later, give me the detail. I'm gonna do in another story. I'm gonna break this pic down. So, because you gotta tell me who some of them are. I can see who some of them are. Great pic. Where y'all at? Nagasaki or something? He said that's the Rolex crew. All right, that's what's up. So definitely, we're gonna break that down, Corey. So I'll do that on the story. Shout out. All right, so now. All right, now the time is, this is the time frame of this story is like the 80s. This the crack. We at the height of the crack era, and we are the 98 posse too. Right? I got my green and white 98 car. And now let me bring y'all some context. This is what's gonna rub people the wrong way. It just is what it is. So I mean, it's whatever, right? This is my truth. It's reality. Show me, tell me it ain't the truth, right? People was there. When we was the 98 posse, right? Certain dudes seemed like they might have been a little jealous of me. Now I was younger than them. I'm one of the younger ones, but I wasn't a Kiss ASS dude. I did the story of Kenneth Hill on my channel. Shout out to Ken Do. Let me do it this way. I think I'm gonna just keep it real. This is for insight for people who know us that might not know this. I think Biz was low-key jealous of me. Biz. Not Biz Markie, for those who don't know. I'm talking about Biz from the 98 posse, Slick Car. Right? We all supposed to be one crew. But they used to, I'm just keeping it real. I'm not a favorite to men, and I ain't scared, and I wasn't scared then. And that was the problem. Because I was younger than them. I'm like 3 years younger than them. So it was a thing where it was like they, I guess they wanted me to be a son under them or something, but I'm not. I'm a boss, and I'm not scared. I was fighting since I was little. You heard? I'm a fighter. And I look up, you see how y'all can tell the truth because you see my heart. I'm telling you, I looked up the little bump. I looked up the big bump. I looked up I'll tell you the truth. I'm not. So I looked up to Biz. Yeah, B.I., I looked up to you. And you hurt me with that because it's just fake stuff. I just don't rock with it. It is what it. We all have our weaknesses. No disrespect to B.I., just what it was. So we the 98 posse, and we supposed to be crew. We supposed to be clicked. But what I noticed was, whenever they can have, this was Biz, and Biz ran most of the crew. A lot of them followed after Biz. Biz was the ringleader. All right, let's do it. Yeah, I'm about to speak, Corey. Facts. Let's go. Shout out to Big Bump. All right, let's go. So let me show y'all something. We're gonna even do this one better. And shout out to Biz. This ain't nothing to disrespect Biz. This is my testament, my story, my true life. I took L's, I won fights, lost fights. This is a truth channel here. Facts. It ain't to take no points away from nobody. All right, now let's do it. Let me share screen, present, share screen, window. Where's that? It's that one. Bang. Share. Let me show y'all at home so y'all can see. Y'all be able to see the energy. Yeah, I got something to say. That's Biz right there. So y'all can see the energy, right? And remember, West was a mess. Remember, West, RP to West, West was like a bully in the hood. So I had plenty run-ins with West, but West was the type, you gotta, once you let him know you ain't scared, you stand for yours, he'll fall in position, but then he'll keep testing you. That's just West, right? Now, Biz had a lot of respect, and a lot of them ran behind Biz, and Biz had a lot of money, because B.I., he got his leg cut off when he was little in the car wash, and he got a lot of money, right? So, and they older than me. All of them in this picture are older than me. All of them, except for Crack. Me and Crack the same age. That's let me go back. I clicked pictures. See, this is what I meant. This is what I mean. Jerb, he never fronted on me. Kev, they all older than me. They all can fight. They all my big brothers. Kev could fight his butt off. He never fronted on me. Blase, he never fronted on me. Wes was a bully. Wes tried to front on me, but I straightened it out. He fell in position, and it is what it is. That's just Wes. And Blue was younger than me, and I looked out for Blue when they tried to front on Blue. Y'all hear that? Most people don't know that story. I'm going to tell it. I talked to Blue about it, and he told me why. They fronted on Blue, right? And they wanted his chain. Blue told me, Father K-Mel. Shout out to Father K-Mel. With Biz and them. They fronted on, yeah, Corey said Wes was a nice guy, but he just wanted to mess with people. Yeah, Wes was a mess. He was nice. Once you get on his side, he cool, but Wes is a bully. Wes is a mess. But he liked to fight too. Wes is a mess. But Wes definitely was a good guy. So they fronted on Blue when he was little, before he was big, when he was Reggie. And I stood up for him. And I fought Father K-Mel. That's going to come out, another story. Yeah, I had a fight with Father K-Mel for Blue. And Biz and them fronted on me. See, this is what I mean. If I'm supposed to be your crew, I'm supposed to be, it's like anytime they could find someone to go against me, they would side with them against me. So it's like your own crew. So it's a secret. Now I know it's like a jealousy. It gotta be nothing but I don't know what it's for, but that's what it was. You know how the hood is. The hood is nasty. So anyway, I'll tell the story when I fought Father K-Mel. That was for Blue, because I ain't like what they did to Blue when he was little. His name wasn't Blue though. He was Reggie. He lived on the Heights, and he used to be on Parkside. All right, facts. So me and Blue talked about that, and he explained it was because of his chain. And I know Blue didn't know that I fought K-Mel right after he left. K-Mel, I'll save it for that story. So anyway, and Blue official, right? Bet you won't none of them fight. Well, Blue don't fight no more. But anyway, let me not be personal. See, some of these stories that make it personal, but I'm not gonna get personal. It's just my life, So anyway, now let me go back. That stuff hurt my heart. It hurt me because I looked up to him. So this Biz, right? So now Biz had the red and white 98, the Park Ave. I think that was the prettiest one because I love red. I had the green and white. Kenneth had the burgundy and gold. Bill had the at this time the like gold yellow one, goldish one, right? So we the 98. We all got our crews funny, but these dudes it was sneaky, right? Type when I leave, talk behind my back type thing. It was a time that I knew it. When I got my Fendi Audi, Ty Fields know what I'm talking about. It was one time I pulled up to the Campbell Park at the park, and I pulled up with my Audi, the Fendi on it, big chain, my MCM, opened the door, I let the music bump, I walked up. Ty gave me that. They all out there. Ty was like, they said, what's up? Yo, what up, bro? I'm like, what up? Ty like, yeah, them niggas don't like you. I'm like, I know. He said, they was just talking about you when you was pulling up. I said, I ain't talking about Wes. Well, Wes could have been, I don't know. I'm not speaking on something I don't know. But I'm talking about B.I. Facts. I'm just telling truth. This real true story. It is what it is. Right? So he's like, they was just talking about, I said, I know they were. I said, that's why I got out the car, left my open. That's why I'm doing this. Guys, I'm not that type. That's not how I'm built. If you got a problem with me, let me know so we can handle it, me and you, and we can get it over with, and then we can move past it. Y'all hear me? That's how I live. We got a problem with me, speak it. Let's handle it. Now remember, they older than me. He bigger than me. He's supposed to be able to beat me because, he's older, bigger, everybody's scared and respect him. I respect him. That's the thing. I look up to you. But I don't like that. I don't like people that pick with people who younger than them, or you could probably beat them. Because I don't know if I could beat them or not, but I'm going to fight them because I'm younger than them. So I don't know, I heard he could fight. I don't think I've ever really seen him really get down, but a lot of people are scared of him. I know he'll bust his gun. I know he's not no punk. He official. So I'm not taking nothing away from that. He official. But it's one thing when you run with a crew and another thing when you stand on your own. That's why when I was talking about Little Bump, I seen him stand on his own too. I'm not taking him from telling my story right now. Yeah, it's some bully stuff going on. That's what that is. It's bully stuff. And it's targeted to me, and I'm a good guy. I don't mess with nobody. Right? I'm cool. So now this was the energy going on. Right? Now they got a crew, and it's a bunch of them. So it's Biz, mostly in the crew is Biz, it's Rocco, shout out to Rocco, it's Crack, it's Big Mike. It's a bunch of them, but the main ones, they're always together. Sometimes West be with them, sometimes, Deuce is Biz's cousin, Deuce is cool with me, right? So Rocco, let me give Rock. Rock never fronted on me. I can guarantee you, this is what I want to say. I ain't never seen Rock fight. I know a lot of people scared of him. I think he could probably throw down, but I never seen it. So I'm going to just keep truth to power. If I seen you fight, then I'm going to give props. I'm going to say what it was. I seen Crack fight. I seen, he got his name Head Crack because I seen him crack somebody's head. I got a story I'm going to tell. Me and Crack had 2 fights. I remember one of them, they thought I was supposed to be scared from, West lived right across the street from Biz. They thought I was supposed to be scared of Crack. I'm like, I'm going to tell her, shout out to Crack. Shout out to my boy Crack, me and Crack. I'm like, hey, like, you're wrong. He had Crack. I'm like, man, shut up. Me and Crack got in the street. You heard? Like, me and Crack had 2 fights, right? I was a fighter. I'm not scared to fight. I seen Jerb. Woo. Jerb right there. I seen Jerb knock some out, right? Shout out to Bo. Never seen Bo fight. Never, Carly G. I never seen Carly G. Carly G, I don't know who's going to mess with Carly G. Carly G could probably fight, but shout out to Carly G. I seen West fight. West could fight, right? I never seen Deuce fight, but I'm quite sure Deuce could fight, right? And I don't remember seeing Biz fight, but I've heard Biz could fight, right? A lot of people were scared of him, right? So Rock never fronted on me. Deuce never fronted on me, right? All right, so anyway, now let's go. So this is the height of the crack era. I'm already established in who I am. I'm young though. We got the 98s. They already know that it's a secret jealousy. Like they with me, but they don't really like me, right? Talking about Biz. And because Biz he was the type of leader where, no disrespect, but a lot of them follow whatever he say. So if Biz don't like you, then they ain't gonna like you, you know? If he want to set it, then they'll set it, that type of thing, right? So, because he's like the ringleader type of thing, right? And that's why I said Rock never fronted on me, right? He said only Wes and Marv officially hands are good. Yeah, and Jerb. You might not see, Jerb surprised me, Corey. Jerb, whoa. Jerb, bro. So anyway, thanks for that, Corey. All right, so now, South Franklin is a drug block at this time, right? And he said rock. So this is the height of the crack era, where people run in the cars, right? So it's a lot of money up there. So I have all right, let me get him off the screen. Now y'all see who he is. That's him right there. Now let me put my brother Big Bump back on the screen because I'm about to tell this story. So give me a second. Present, and then we're gonna close out after this. Present, share screen. Oh, yo, Corey, Jerb, yo. To be honest with you, Corey, when I saw from Jerb, I don't think none of them could handle Jerb. Facts. Yo, Corey, I saw Jerb. I'm gonna share that on this channel. I saw Jerb fight, and oh my goodness, bro. I was like, yo, I don't think none of them could handle Jerb, honestly. All right, so when he was at his prime, you know what I'm talking about. So let me get my picture of Big Bump. All right. Yeah, I'm gonna do that story on here, Corey. You're gonna hear the story. It's crazy. So all right. So now let me scroll over to let me get my big brother Molly. Oh, I already had it right. There we go. All right. So now we on South Franklin popping. So I'm like, everyone who's established, it's so much money that everybody can make thousands a day. So this is when everybody be up there in a crew. They be up there 20 deep, getting high, drinking in front of the store and all this stuff. So I had Saquon from the Heights, used to be in the Nasty Four. I had people in my crew, they worked for me, right? So I had Saquon would be on South Franklin with my work, right? Now, Parkside, South Franklin, you just can't be up there selling drugs if you from the Heights or Terrace or something. You gonna get set on. just what it was. Like Terrace is an open air market. Most people could be up there selling, but you still got to hold it down. But Parkside is different. Now, so I had Saquon, he from the Heights, right? And Saquon, he not, thug gangster, he's gonna shoot you, he cool. That's my little homie, right? He part of the Nasty Four. That's my homie, right? That's my people, right? But so he's up on South Franklin and he got my work. So sometime I'll be up there with him on the block, right? And I'll be up there with him on the block and he making money, and some people are jealous, especially them, because he making money and he not from there, but they won't say nothing because he worked for me. He up there with me. So this specific time, I'm not up there with him because I got a call. I'm going to mess with some girls or something. I'm in Queens or something. And he up on the block and he got my work, but he also got my chain on. So I got a big rope. These the eras of the big rope chain. So I got a big rope, right? And he got my chain on and he on the block. Okay? So now I'm not there. Now, Biz and them, it'd be up there. And because now, later I know that Biz had this some thing where he's kind of jealous. I don't know what it was for, but whatever. It just is what it was, right? I wasn't thinking I should have known to tell Saquon, don't be up there by yourself, because you probably gonna get in some gonna have a problem. So what happened was he was up there by himself and somehow he was making money. They started messing with him. I wasn't there. And I think it was Deuce or somebody. They started messing with him and then they rushed him, but he had my work. And they took his work. They took his product, right? Now, Saquon ain't built, shout out to Timothy Barnes over on Facebook. He wasn't on the time that I was on like that. You know what I mean? He official, all that, but, it's different levels to the streets. Y'all know what I'm talking about. So he chilling, So they took the work. They took his work, but then they took the chain off his neck. First of all, the work was mine because he got a package. He working for me. I did my time for any crimes that I committed. This is the 80s we're talking about. We're in the 80s now. Yeah, just a cool guy, right? Not trying to be gangster and all that. Thank you, Corey. Right? And I respect, everybody ain't got to be thugging gangster and stuff. If you cool, you cool. Right? That was my boy. He cool. So they took the chain, which was my chain, and they took the work, which is mine, right? But he a grown man, so that's on him, meaning I'll give you another package, you work that off, pay me back, because you let them take your stuff. Now you my boy, so now I'm like, you know what? They know he worked for me. They know it's mine, right? So I'm like, you know what? I had already had some other beef with DeMel. I got other stories to tell. Shout out to my boy RoboCop. Shout out to LEO. I had beef with DeMel when I was young. I don't know what it was. They wanted me to be, Corey, under them or something. I don't know. I guess they wanted me to be scared of them, Corey, because I was younger. But I wasn't scared. I don't know what they wanted to be. I don't know what you want. I ain't scared of none of y'all. Facts. And it'll go down. Don't let me get a gun. That's when but anyway, let me go. Let's walk this down. Let me tell this story. So because of it, I remember when I had the beef earlier with DeMel when I was young, right? That's when my boy, I'm going to tell that story separate. So now they, so it's like, I don't like them either. And these are big boys. That's what I want y'all to understand. They're like 5 years older than me and stuff. You know what I mean? Right? So whatever. So it is what it is, right? So now, when I got back, people tell me, yo, they robbed, say they took, so I'm like, oh. So I can't let that just fly, right? Because Saquon is my boy, number one. He had my work. They robbed him. And then they took the chain too. So I can't just let that, I can't just do nothing. Y'all know how it is in the hood. If you don't do nothing, that's how jail is, right? Corey know if you don't do nothing, then you fooled. You know, you just opened yourself up to everything. So I was like, all right. So Saquon, you know, he was upset because, you know, I understood. He ain't built, you know, that ain't his thing. He ain't, you know, I'm like, it's all good. So I'm like, all right, I got to handle this. So I went up on the block. They all out there. This is what I'm talking about. They all out there, right? They out there. So I'm like, yo, some y'all took my boy package. So I told him he stayed. I ain't want him there because I ain't want, you know, it's over with him. So I went up there by myself. Now remember, they be up there, be 15 of them or whatever. They all up there. All right. It be, no disrespect, it be Biz, Rock, Big Mike, Crack, all of them. The whole, you know, whatever they crew. I don't know if West, because West wasn't in their crew like that with them. Back then it was Biz, Rock, Big Mike, Crack, and the rest of them. Not Kev. West would be with them sometime, but others in their crew, right? About 7, 8 of them or whatever, right? So I walk up. Now these the big boys. These the ones, you know, people, you know, Biz got, they shook, right? But I ain't scared. Facts. So I walked up. I'm like, yo, y'all took my work. That was my work. So I'm raising my voice, right? So I remember Biz stepped up like, what? So he ain't supposed to be up here. I'm like, he up here because he up here for me. That's my work he got. I'm like, yo, they like, well, he ain't, what he said, something like, he ain't stand for himself, he ain't stop it, which is true. So there's street politics like there's jail politics, right? So that's correct on that. Because that meant I got to get that from him. He let that get taken. That's street politics. So you gonna have to pay what you got taken from you back. But I'm up there to let him know that y'all ain't doing it again. If he come up here again, that's my work. So if you do it, you know, that ain't happening, right? So now I'm out there and they out there, right? And, you know, I can see some faces, just so you know, I seen some other people on that side like, whoa, he talking to Biz like that? Because people were scared of him. I'm just keeping it real. A lot of people were scared of him. But I wasn't. I wasn't scared of nobody. I respected people. I can have fear, but when it comes to scared and fear are two different things. Y'all hear that? Scared and fear are two different things. I wasn't scared of nobody. Facts. Never. Now, so I'm out there, right? And it's like, so, you know, he stand his ground, you know, they be high. And Biz is slick. Biz is fly, right? He dressed fly, yo, high. Biz is slick, mean looking. Biz is mean. Biz a bully too. Biz a bully too. That's why him and West got along so good, probably. Because Biz a bully too. You know Biz. You was a bully too, right? So Biz all fly, you know, because first somebody, you know, that he said, he ain't staying for it. Well, then that's his loss. Then I was like, well, the next time he up here, it's mine. It's mine. So if you take it, then it's on with me. You know, it's like, whatever. You know, I'm like, yeah, whatever. You know, I ain't saying he ain't punked down or nothing. He ain't back down. But it's like, whatever. But I'm just establishing like, yo, it's on now. Now, this was the first real confrontation. Because when I tell the story about me and Father Kamel, when I fought Father Kamel for Vita, for Blue, when he was little Reggie, that was the first time I looked at them like, that's when I really knew they were snakes against me. Because they wanted Father Kamel to beat me up. But I'm supposed to be your boy. I was just driving his car. I was just driving the red Park. It's the snaky stuff. It hurt me. I'm like, I thought they were my people. I thought they were my crew. Oh, Corey said he used to bully Kev until he got older and stood up. And no disrespect, but Biz couldn't handle Kev when he. I seen Kev, Corey. I got a story of Kev on here. That's another one. I don't think none of them could beat Kev as well. I seen Kev go at it. I know, yeah, because they bullies. That's what I said. I don't like bullies. I never did. I don't like bullies. And I could see Kev probably jealous because Kev was a pretty boy of Kev. So anyway, shout out to Kev. Kev ain't never front on me. So anyway, now he so the time when I fought Father K Mel, that's when I realized that they not my boys. That's when I knew, because they wanted him to beat me when I was just with them. It's like it's like you with your crew and then you get into a fight and your whole crew jump on you. You be like, what? So it was oh, absolutely not. Drizzy, Z Black was a ninth wonder of the world. There's nobody that you can name that would beat Z Black one-on-one. Z Black was too big. And as you know from the interview when I put it out, he told you his skills or how he learned. Z Black would have been a heavyweight champion of the world. Nobody. And he said it, he blew his career. He was a boxer, New York State prison champ, probably almost 7 foot tall with a arm span of, no. Z Black was benching almost 600 pounds at one time when he was in prison. So no, nobody, but we didn't have to fight. Z Black was in prison the whole time. Nobody fighting Z. When Z Black was home, he was smoking once he started smoking. Everybody was going to shoot Z Black. Just trust me on that. Nobody was trying to fight Z Black. Jizzy. Everybody was shooting. Remember, well, you seen the interview. I don't want to give it away. All right, I'm gonna show it on the channel. I'm gonna break it down. But he said everybody would bring out guns when he would come on the block, right? So all right. So now let me get back. So the Z Black was like the Debo. So you know the movie Fridays with Debo. Big Bump said that's a fact. Z Black was the heavyweight champ at Sing Sing when he was 20 years old. Facts. All right, so that was Debo. Nobody's fighting that Z Black. And Z Black, that's just a whole nother, he's a phenomenon within itself. That's like that's a whole nother thing. All right, so anyway, let me get to the story. So, and this funny thing, Big Bump is finding out. I'm glad my big brother's still here. Bump, you finding out now what happened, why this happened. So I'm getting there. So I'm on the block, right? And whatever. So I had to establish. So after the thing with K-Mel, I realized they not on my side, right? Really. So even though we still going places as a 98, I still watching because they're like stab me in the back if they get a chance, right? So whatever. So now they did the thing with Saquon, they robbed him. So now I'm up there. I told them no more, whatever. So I'm like, yo. So then I said, yeah, I said, the package was mine. They said, well, he got to pay that back. He a man, he let it get taken. If he can't hold his own, he shouldn't be up here, which they correct. So I said, okay, you're right. And I knew when I was leaving to tell him to get off the block, but he was chilling. And I didn't know they was going to do that. I thought, because I knew they snake and I'm gone, right? They right? Because it ain't his hood, right? He from the Heights. So I said, okay, you're right about that. But then I said, but they took the chain. I said, who got my chain? So Biz did like this. And he sat back down on the car. Like they was there at a car park, right? So I'm like, who got the chain? So everybody like, I ain't got it. So I'm like, yo, that's my chain. So I'm looking at people's neck. And I know I had the big long one. It was a longer rope than most people had, the big truck rope, right? So I still had one on, a bigger, fatter, shorter one, but it was a longer one, right? So I'm like, who got my chain? And they're like, I don't know. Like, So I know street politics, ain't nobody gonna snitch and be like, what's the name took the chain off his neck? So nobody wanna say nothing, right? So I say, who took the chain? And he like, I don't know, man. They was punching, they was punching on me and somebody just took the. So I'm like, all right, right? So I'm like, all right. So I was like, yo, so I'm pissed because they got my chain, right? So I'm like, it's like they robbed me, but they ain't take it from me. So I'm like, all right. So I'm looking, I'm like, and everybody quiet. I'm like, all right. I said, yo, that's my work or whatever. So everything was cool. It was done. So I respected that they see, ain't nobody try to front, like whatever. It was what it was. Now fast forward. About a month later, Lincoln Park in the summertime have basketball games, right? And it's Lincoln Park is a park by Martin Luther King Drive. And everybody be at the basketball games in the summertime. So it was a basketball game. All the people, the girls, it's like a car show. It's popping. So we go to the basketball game, right? And I got my car, I'm dressed. I just remember I'm laced. I got my hair cornrowed and I'm laced. And so we get to the game and it's lights, camera, action, right? Everybody out there, all the girls. I remember it's this one girl from the drive I wanted to kick it to. She had real long hair and I've been wanting to kick it to her. And this was like my time. So we up there and it's like showtime. I'm like, this is like, that's why I say it reminds me of a movie. This is and our cars and money. It's just like Hollywood. We just like showtime, right? So we woke up, all the girls, everybody like, yo, wow. It's like you're like a celebrity. You know what I mean? You're like celebrity time. So we at the game, the lights, it's nighttime, all the lights, all the, girls out there. So I'm at the park and, shout out to Big Rambo in the building. Shout out to Big Bo in the building, my big bro. But I'm telling a story of a big bump and little bump. So I pull up to the park, right? We get up, we walk up to the game, and then I remember I seen the girl and everything. I'm like, I beeline to them. So she was with a bunch of the girls. So I'm talking to them and everything. They talking about my clothes. Oh, goodness. I'm trying to impress the girl, right? I'm going to kick it to her before I leave, right? So I'm trying to press her and all that. We talking everything. Then some of my boys called me by the entrance of the basketball court. So then I remember I walked over to the basketball court and I'm talking to my boys and everything. And it's just like showtime. It's like a stage, right? So everything, the lights, everything glittering. It's like I'm having the time of my life. You know what I mean? It's like I'm looking good, clothes, everything, girl. I'm about to kick it to this girl. Everything, life is good. It's one of those things. Life is very good, right? A lot of y'all said, uh-oh, right? Life is good. So all of a sudden, one of my men go, yo, Bill. You like, there go Bill Blas. Now, Bill Blas is my man too. This is 98 posse. But Bill run with Biz in them. But Bill my people, right? So, but Bill run with Biz in them, right? Now, Kenneth run with him too. But when I seen Biz and them try to front, I remember Kenneth never gave me that energy. Shout out to RIP to Kenneth Hill, my boy. Kenneth never fronted on me, right? Y'all know me, I'm telling truth to power, right? Telling the truth. So Bill, though, I seen him not keep the same energy when they want to front on me besides when we're alone. When we're alone, he my boy, love Bill, still. I'm telling this story. So Bill, we're alone, yo, raw, yo, dude. But then when he get around them and it's a different, yo, what up, Rob? It's like he don't let him know that how much he still love and respect me. Remember, I peep everything. That's why I said I like people who keep that same energy no matter what. I'm the type, I keep the energy no matter what. if I rock with you, let's say if Big Bump was younger than me, and I rock with Big Bump, I like him. I don't care if my whole crew hate him. That's my man. He walk up, I'm be like, yo, what up, Bump? And like, man, people did that. Man, Rob, man, why you mess with him? That's my boy. That's what, as long as you don't do nothing in front of me, I'm that type. I don't front on people no matter what. I don't act like I know you right now, but then when I get around another crew, act like I really don't know you. Or get around people nah. I keep the same energy no matter what. I don't care if the whole hood don't like you. That's my boy. Come here. And I'll tell you, come on, man, let me get him out of here. They don't like you, bro. Don't come back here. But you still my people. I don't front. That's why people love me to this day. I never front on people. I'm not built like that. And I don't respect people that's built like that. But it is what it is. Everybody's different, right? So anyway. So anyway, I'm just painting the picture. So one of my men said, yo, Bill. And so when he said, yo, Bill, he was like, take a blast. Now, at this point, I'm cool with Bill, right? I ain't got no, right? Because Bill wasn't on the block when I went up there and said that to them about them robbing Saquon. He wasn't there. So I ain't got no, Bill, my man. So I turned and little Blast, y'all know Blast. Blast walking with his little walk. And we all Hollywood. This is the crack era. Everybody's Hollywood. Everybody getting money. So Blast walk up and he like, yo, what up? Blast. And he gave the dude, I can forget who it was. He gave him a pound. He like, yo, what up, Ra? And he gave me a pound. So when he gave me the pound, I'm looking at his neck. And he got this rope on, and it's kind of long. And I'm like, so I give him the pound. What up, Blast? He's like, yo, what up, Rob? And I'm like, I'm like, nothing. So he's standing there and he's talking to the other dude, and I'm looking at him. Now I'm high too, off weed, but I'm not high where I'm out so I'm on one. I'm high, Hollywood, all the girls. I'm Hollywood. We Hollywood. I'm on one. So I'm looking at him and he's just talking and the chain is slinging and I'm like, so I said, Blast, where you get that chain from? And he looked at me and he looked at the chain and he said, oh, I could see from his action, right? You know me, I peep spirit. He like, oh, this Biz chain. This Biz chain. I said, that's Biz chain? He said, oh, yeah. Biz let me wear it. And so I took the chest and let me see it. And he stepped back. I said, Blast. Now, I never had that energy with Blast. Blast is my man. He older than me a lot, but that's my little man. Well, he's not little. I don't know. It's hard to energies. He's not little. He's older than me, but I like Blast, right? From Kenneth, the house and all that type stuff, right? But he's so short. I used to, Blast is short. I still like Blast. That's why I'm smiling, right? So he stepped back and I'm like, yo, Blast. So now my energy, I never had that energy with him. So I'm like, yo, Blast. And we never had that energy. And he looked like I could tell he like, Dad, Rod, you was never on this time with me, right? So I'm like, Blast, come here. And he stopped and I'm like, let me see. He said, nah, Rod, this Biz chain. I said, that's my chain. He said, nah, bro, this bitch. I said, right? And I just lost it, right? I lost it. So I was like, So I said, and he looked like he took a step like he was about to try to, I said, come here. And I grabbed him. When I grabbed him, I grabbed the chain, right? I grabbed the chain by accident because he looked like he was about to like run a little bit, and I grabbed the chain to stop him. And when I grabbed the chain, the big rope chains, they were hollow, right? So they're not solid where it'll weigh your neck down. They cost a lot of money and they weigh some good weight, but they're hollow. You could squish them. The big rope chains, you could squish them if you squeeze, right? So when I grabbed the chain, I grabbed him by the chain. He pulled back, and so the chain stretched. It squeezed and stretched, right? And I'm like, no, because it's my chain. I'm like ruining my own chain, and I'm like, I squoze it and it stretched because he pulled back, and I'm like, no. So I'm like, stop moving, Blast, right? So I let it go, and I could see. And so the chain was already long. So by the time I let it go, the chain was way down here. It was a longer because it stretched, right? And now it's skinnier because it was fatter. Now it's longer and skinnier, right? And I'm like, crap, you ruining my chain. So I said, stop moving, Blast. He said, no, Ra, you tripping. You try. I said, come here, Blast. So he started to run around to go towards the parking lot. Because when you pull into Lincoln Park, it's a parking lot with the cars and then the park, right? You come into the park. So Biz and them, they were parked. The 98 posse, they was in the parking lot smoking, all of them, their whole crew, about 20 of them over there, right? So when I pulled up, I'm not really messing with them because this is after they robbed Saquon, right? So certain ones of them be say, what up? Like Rock might say, yo, what up, Ra? Some of them and the others won't say anything, right? Right. So I'm not really rocking with them like that, right? So I walk in. So I look over there like, because to me, honestly, this is just how I felt. I'm like, man, y'all ussy. That's just how I felt. They weren't, but that's how I felt because I don't like bullies. It was a bully thing going on, right? So I walked in, right? So now Blast is trying to run towards them to the parking lot. Now here's where I should have been thinking, but I was high, I was on one, feeling myself, whatever. So Blast starts to run towards the like walk, run, and I'm like, come here. So now I'm kind of chasing him, and he's like, nah, Ra, I'm giving this chain to Biz. I said, no, you ain't. So now I'm running towards him, towards the parking lot. So I caught up to him right at the sidewalk before you get into the parking lot. And now people can see, right? So you can see the people, it look like it's a commotion. So it's like a fight, right? So people are starting to, right? So it's like prime time. So I catch him before he gets to the side. I'm like, come here. And I grab him and he's trying to, and I'm like, Blast, don't let me, and that's my man. Not saying that Blast can't fight or I could beat Blast or nothing. I'm just telling what happened, right? So I'm like, Blast, don't make me have to hit you, right? He like, Rah, come on, man. I'm like, give me my chain, Blast. And he like, Rah, you gonna like me? I'm like, nah, it ain't got nothing to do with you, Blast, but this my chain. So I took the chain off his neck. Right? I got it off his neck. He's like, man, Rod, I can't believe you gonna front on me like that. I said, it ain't about you, Blast. I'm just saying it's my chain, Blast. So then he walked off the sidewalk and they start to walk. Biz and them is walking from the cars across to where we at. All of them. So now I hear Biz and them, I hear him like, I don't know who of them like, we gonna whip your ass or something, pardon my language. We gonna whatever, right? So I'm like, so again, I'm like right now, I would think differently because I don't got a gun and it's like 20 of them. But I just was, my switch was flipped, right? When you click the switch, you lose it, right? I have that stuff too. That's why I keep myself out of situations because I know I got to switch, right? And once that switch lit, I ain't scared of nothing. I don't care. It's stupid till you get yourself, you can get yourself killed, right? So that's why I protect myself from that. I know I got to switch. So by then my switch is clicked. So they come in, so I'm like, what? Now I'm already, so I walk over to them, right? So I'm like, so Biz come up, right? So he like, yo, that's my chain. I said, this ain't your chain. So I held it up. I said, this the chain y'all took. I said, I know it's shit. That ain't that chain. This is the chain. I said, this is the chain y'all took. And I put it in my pocket. I said, well, it's mine now then, right? I said, it's mine now. So he like, what? So I'm like, what? So now I'm already like, okay, let's go. This has been in the making for a minute. You've been trying to bully me for years, trying to, whatever you've been doing, trying to snake me. So now let's go. You here, I'm here. We right here. We in the cement, we at the park. You still older than me, bigger than me. Let's go. So I'm like, all right, let's go. So we square up. So I'm like, all right, here we go. Now we gonna see. Now I'm about to see what everybody talking about. It's going down. Sorry, I'm just telling the truth. I'm saying this because I don't want BI or nobody to think, Rise doing stuff, trying to paint people in the light. I told a story where I took an L and stuff and all that. This is the story. So we square up. We get in. We, whatever, punching, whatever. And all I remember is somehow we clinched up, and I remember I slammed him. Sorry, not sorry. For those who, I'm quite sure he won plenty fights and lost plenty fights. Not plenty, but I'm just telling this what happened. I remember I slammed him. Boom. Because we was going, swinging, punching, whatever. We fighting. He ain't no punk. Biz could fight. I ain't taking nothing from him. But I know what happened. And who was there saw it, slammed him, boom. And I got on top of him. Now I'm mad because all of the times, because I was hurt, BI, because I looked up to you, and it's like, I don't know why you was fronting on me. I was hurt. Honestly, I'm gonna just tell y'all the truth because I looked up to you. I want to be down. Like I thought you was my boy. I thought I was, and you fronting on me. So all that stuff, y'all know that energy, that aggression. When a person got that built up in them, you definitely gonna have a fight on your hands trying to beat them. So that was all in me, right? So now I'm on top of them. So I'm starting to, I'm handling it. I'm punching, and all of a sudden, someone pulled my leg. They grabbed. So I'm on top of him, and I'm trying to punch, right? And trying to keep him from getting up. We fighting. And then someone grabs my leg and pulls me. So I go back. I got one leg and they pull me. And so when they pull me, I fall. I'm going to hit the ground. So I hit the ground with my hand, and I'm trying to, and then he gets up. He's getting up off the ground. So as he get up off the ground, I'm trying to kick whoever got my leg, and they're pulling me back. And then he comes and he starts punching me. So they jumping me. Okay? Right? Now this is supposed to be a one-on-one. Why y'all gotta jump me? See, this is what I'm talking about. I'm telling the truth here. This is what I don't respect. So they pulling my leg back, so I'm kicking, and then I turn, and this was Big Mike. Big Mike, you hurt me, Big Mike. I looked up to you, Big Mike. This crack brother, my elder Olio, who I look up to. Big Mike, see, they all older than me by 3-4 years. Big Mike is big country boy. I never physically seen him fight, but he looked like he can fight his butt off. probably could fight. Strong, don't gotta lift a weight. He running with Biz in him. Big Mike was pulling my leg. And I was shocked because I looked up to Big Mike. I'm like, and I'm little, guys. I'm younger than him. So I'm like, that hurt me, Big Mike. That hurt me. I just couldn't believe that you would do that. Why would you jump me? Let me fight. We fight. He's bigger than me, older than me. It's a fair one. So, Big Mike, and so I finally, now Biz is hitting me because I'm trying to get my balance as Big Mike is pulling my leg. So I finally kick and get off. Big Mike I got loose from Big Mike. And now Biz he's like punching me and like on top of me. So I'm fighting. Now I start fighting him again. Okay. So I'm fighting him again. And I start to gain my footing. And we going again. Right. And I felt somebody else hit me too. I felt somebody else hit me with something. Somebody hit me with something in my head. I don't know if it was a garbage can or something. It was something big. I don't know who did it, right? I don't know who did it. So somebody else hit me with something and they jumping me. Now I realize I'm being jumped, right? So I'm like, all right. So then I'm fighting Biz again and they hitting me with stuff, others. And next thing I know, I start handling Biz again. Sorry, not sorry. Facts. I'm like, caught him, boom. I've seen him, rocked him a little. I seen him, because through all the stuff, and next thing you know, I'm handling him, and I grabbed him again. And I slammed him again. And got on top of him. Now this time I'm on top of him, I'm hitting, and they hitting me with stuff. I could feel somebody punching me. I could feel somebody hit me. Like, I can't tell who it is, but I'm focused on him, right? So I'm like, whatever. They jumping me, but I'm about to get Biz. So I'm doing what I got to do with Biz. And next thing you know, my leg again. They pull my leg again. And they pull my leg and I fall and they dragging my leg and they're, Biz gets up. He's trying to punch some other, I don't know who it was. I really couldn't see. It's so many people who's trying to punch. And I'm trying to get loose from Big Mike. I look and it's Big Mike again. And I'm like, that hurt me more than anything. I don't know, bro. I never did nothing wrong to Big Mike. I'm just like, that hurt me, bro. Big Mike? Man, bro. So sucks, bro. Because there's people I would have did anything for. So anyway, I'm kicking and I finally got loose my leg with Big Mike. And then I remember I turned and I'm so mad, I squared up with Big Mike. And I'm like, oh my goodness, I do not want to put a pause to Big Mike, right? I just remember I squared up because he taking my leg and he just looked at me. I'll never forget this. So I got loose from Big Mike. They still trying to whatever. And I turned and I squared up to Big Mike. And in my head, I'm like, oh my goodness, I don't want nothing with Big Mike, right? And then Big Mike looked at me and he just laughed. Like, like, you don't want, like, you too little. You don't want, but I was hurt. So then I have to turn back around and now I'm fighting about 3 of them or whatever. So then, by then, people came running from the park and they realized it was me. And I don't remember who it was, but I remember people ran over and it was like, that's my Sean? Nah. They was like, so people stopped it, right? Stopped it and everything. I can't remember who it was. So some people who were there that saw it, I don't remember who it was, but they stopped it, right? So it stopped. So I remember my hair was all messed up. My cornrows all messed up and whatever. I'm like, whatever. I'm like, you pussy, you ussy. I said, you want one-on-one? do one-on-one. Y'all had to jump me. Y'all had to jump me. Y'all unsy because you had to jump me. Why you got to jump me? If you're so tough, why you got to jump me? Why you couldn't handle it one-on-one? Not even everyone who was there, because I don't remember who got their little licks in because I was too busy. I know, Biz, you ain't one-on-one. Sorry. I'm sorry. I'm past it all, but I'm reliving the story, right? Because we adults now. We past that all, right? So, but this is my reality then. You ain't one-on-one me, and whoever else was doing the sneak punches, why y'all ain't nobody gave me a fair one? Why ain't nobody give me a fair one? Now, Big Mike, he just laughed because that wouldn't have been fair. He too big, right? He just laughed. Of course he would have, right? But he shouldn't have did what he did anyway. I don't understand that, Mike. Why, Mike, you hurt my feelings, bro. Can't believe you did that. That's not cool, bro. I don't understand it. But whatever, right? So now I'm like, yeah, y'all, now I'm calling them all ussy. Because y'all had to jump me, and everybody seen it. Yeah. So, you know, he was snickering. I seen B.I. He's snickering like they did something. But to me, you ain't did nothing because I was handling you. Facts. Facts. No disrespect, but you would have got washed. It just is what it is. Sorry. It is what it, that's just a reality. I got washed before. I lost the fight. This is what I'm talking. That's why I said I did another video when I told y'all I took an L. So I'm not, this is true. This is my life story. So, all right. So now it's over. Everybody stopped it. I don't remember who was there when they were at the park and stopped it. So then I'm like, yeah, they very lucky I didn't have a gun or nothing, Yacht Dylan. So then I'm livid, right? So I'm like, all right. So now we leave. The police come. They call the police and stuff. They're like, yo, wow, you gotta get your car out of here and stuff, right? So yeah, dog walked. Facts. Handled that. Facts. So we left. So now I can't let it die. So I get to the projects. Now this was the time, guys, I didn't have a gun because we had got arrested, and the only gun I got, we got locked up with it. So I didn't have a gun. I'm glad I didn't have a gun. Let me explain something to y'all. If I would have had a gun, B.I. probably wouldn't be here to this day. And I'm glad because I still like B.I. That's still my man. See, this is just ghetto stuff, guys. This ain't I'm not bitter or nothing. I'm just telling the truth. This is just real life stories. So if I would have had a gun though, B.I. probably wouldn't be here. Because I definitely would have shot him. Might have shot more than just him. I don't know, but I definitely would have shot B.I. Might have killed him. That's not cool. So I'm glad I didn't have a gun. Just real fact. So I remember I got to the projects and I went to my big bro house, my big bro Leo. And I went to Leo because I know Leo had a gun. And Leo's my big brother. And I'm like, yo, Leo, I need a ratchet. And he was going to give me the gun. And he was like, what you got beef? Who it for? What you got beef? And I said, it's for Biz. Biz who? And when I said Biz, he's like, no. I'm like, what? He's like, wow, I can't give you a gun to shoot Biz. He's like, that's my cousin. So I don't know if they really bloodline cousins or just saying cousins. But he was like, that's family, Ra. I can't give you the gun to shoot Biz. I'm like, come on, Elio. Now I'm pissed. And I'm glad he did it. Because, when you that heated, you're not thinking it through. So I'm going to go up there and shoot Biz and probably kill him, even if I don't mean to kill him in front of everybody. Then I'm going to jail, right? Because everybody telling, how streets they definitely telling, right? So, because at first he was going to help me, like, yo, who is it? We going, you hot, we going to go handle it. And I said, it's Biz. He like, Biz who? I'm like, Biz. Our Biz? I'm like, he's like, nah, Ra. So I'm like, come on, L. He's like, he wouldn't give it to me. And I was mad at him. But that's my big brother. I'm glad he didn't do it. So I got mad at Leo. I'm like, ugh. So I went out and I'm like, I had no gun, bro. and I can't fight all of them. They would jump me, right? So I only thing I could do is get a knife, right? So I get it and I go back outside. Now we at the projects, right? And we on 71 side of the projects. And I go back outside and I'm like, I wanna bring it, but it's too many of them. So I go over there. Now I'm spotty. I can't remember the details. It's very spotty. I'm quite sure Big Bump and whoever else was there, they can have more details of this story. So it's very spotty because I don't even remember when Big Bump got there. I don't remember so I'm gonna just tell what I can remember. So I'm out there and I'm mad. And I remember they were all on the side and they got their weed and they were like laughing kinda. And I was mad. They so lucky. Y'all are so lucky I didn't get a gun. Y'all wouldn't have been laughing then. And I'm glad I didn't, because I didn't want to hurt. I'm glad I wouldn't shot nobody and didn't want to go to jail. Right? I'm just keeping it real. So I can't remember. All I remember was I was mad. I remember Leo was there and I'm looking at Leo and he like, just calm down. I'm like, give me a gun, man. He like, it's all right, bro, just calm down. And I'm like, nah. And then they laughing or whatever. And I shout to Boogie, Dijon Montgomery. So I'm like, yeah, I'm glad you're here, Boogie, because your brother's in this story. So I'm like, yo, and they all out there and it's supposed to be my crew. And I'm out there by myself. So I'm like, and I'm so frustrated because I can't beat them all. And they laughing like, we'll jump you again. We're going to jump them again. Now, I don't remember. I wish I could. But somehow, Big Bump and Pierre Montgomery, Boogie, you came at the exact time of the story when your little brother. All I remember was Big Bump and Pierre Montgomery. I remember, I'm sorry, it's so spotty. I don't remember how it happened. I remember we went from the street and we ended up in the parking lot somehow. And I remember Big Bump and stepped up and he was like, yo, ain't nobody touching him. Nobody. Now, let me explain something. There was no reason for Big Bump to do this for me because we didn't have the relationship where like I was his little man. It was just, I would see him, I knew Big Bump, he knew me, he say what's up and all that. I never knew he would step up for me. This just what happened. So all of a sudden, and I was so outnumbered, guys, I felt defeated because I couldn't get a gun. It's just like I had nobody, I was by myself and it was a bunch of them. And I just remember Big Bump saying, I don't know how it happened. I just remember, mine is real spotty. I remember him saying, nobody touching him. Nobody touching him. No, and because I think they rose up like they was going to jump me. See, it's so spotty because I remember it was something happened where it's like they were about to jump me and I think I was raised up like I was going to try to fight all of them. But I just remember Big Bump came out, was like, nobody touched him. And then I remember Pierre. So it was Big Bump and Pierre. And I remember Pierre was like, I don't know, he punched one of them, Bill Blass or somebody. Pete crazy. I remember Pete snuffed Bill Blass or somebody. Boom! And then they started to like try to fight back and Pete started handling too. And then I looked like, yo! And then I went and then the other one started coming and Big Bump was like, ain't nobody touching nobody. Let them fight. He's like, nobody touching nobody. And this is my thing. They froze in their tracks. This is what I'm talking about. He ain't pull out no gun. He ain't pull out a knife. What word I'm looking for? Keep that same energy. Where that energy at? No disrespect. I'm just Big Mike. No, I like Big Mike. Shout out to Crack. Right? I'm just keeping it real. Where that same energy at? For all of them who were there. It was about 10 of them. Everybody stopped. I ain't talking about LEO. Not my boy. LEO ain't part of that crew. All right? Let's get that straight. LEO ain't got, this is their crew. Right? Where was that energy? I see everybody stop. And again, I'm not trying to cause no problems now. We all adults now. It's just the past. Reliving our stories. Everybody stopped. I ain't seen not one person throw a punch at Pierre. I ain't seen one person throw a punch at me. When Big Bump said, ain't nobody jumping nobody. Everybody stop. Facts. Bump said, I always believed in fair fights. Thank you, Big Bump, because it was unfair. And Pete, so when Pete hit whoever he hit or whatever Pete was doing, he turned to me. He's like, I said, Pete, why you hit? I think it was Blast. He said, I never liked him. I'll never forget that. I just laughed at that. He said, I never liked him. He said, why, you want to get him? I said, you know, I was like, let's go. And but by then, Bump had shut it down so much that everybody fell back. Like, they didn't want no problems now. This part bugged me out, Bump, because they were all gang before you shut this down, and he didn't have a gun. He was by himself standing there. Why y'all ain't jump Bump? This part. Oh, y'all was about to jump me again, and I'm little. Remember, I'm 3-4 years younger than them all. You lucky I ain't have a gun. Facts. But y'all ain't jump Bump. That's what I meant. Keep that. Where was that energy? Someone your age, someone your level, someone your size. Yeah, ain't nobody jump you, Bump. Ain't nobody step forward. Everybody got real in order. Oh, I saw it. And everybody who was there, I'm speaking truth to power. Listen, Corey, they all shut it down, Corey. Now everybody want to talk. Oh, yeah. Now we having a discussion. Yo, Bump, now it's a meeting. Y'all lucky I have a gun. Bump, yo, Big Bump, they lucky I ain't get my hands on no gun. I would have been in jail. I'm glad I ain't get my hands on no gun. And Pete was like, Rob. He's like, anybody, let's set it. So now it's Big Bump, Pete, and little old me. And they really doing all the, you know, I'm just sitting there. I'm sitting there like, I'm, wow, amazed. Big Bump said, thank God that I didn't get my hands on the gun. Thank God I didn't, Bump. I'm so glad I didn't. Thank you, LEO, for not giving me that gun. LEO had a big 357. So if I would have shot him with a 357, he would definitely probably been dead. So now Pete, now this the funny part. Now Pierre is riled up. This the funny part. Bump is like chilling. Pierre is riled up. Bump said, I remember that night. Pierre is riled up and he talking smack to all of them. Y'all hear me? Listen, Boogie. Pete talking smack to all of them and not nobody said nothing. I'm sorry, but I don't respect that. Keep that same energy. You got that energy when you jumping on people and y'all all tough and that. Where's that energy when it's, and it was only two of them. You heard? Shout out to Reese. Yeah, Reese. They ain't say nothing to Pete. They ain't had none of that energy. And Pete was on a rampage. Facts, he was hyped. He was on one. I was shocked. I'm sitting there just look at him go. He kept coming back to me. Yeah, right. He's like, yeah, they pussy. They want to jump you. But look, ain't nobody got nothing to say now. Ain't nobody got nothing to say now. Facts. I ain't never seen Pete like that. I ain't never seen Pierre act like that. I didn't even know he had that energy, bro. You probably knew it. I ain't never seen Pete was my little man. I ain't never seen Pete. We used to play New Edition. Pete used to look like Ralph Tresvant. We used to be like Ralph. Pete always smiling. I didn't know Pete was on that energy. Pete was like, yeah, there ain't nobody want it, and everybody ain't nobody do nothing. Look, Reese said Pete like that. Yo, Reese, ain't nobody do nothing. Thuggers. Yeah, I had a whole new respect level for. So, after that, Pete, Bump looked at me, big Bump. He said, you all right? I said, I'm good. He said, ain't nobody messing with you. And Pete was like, yes, I know. So Bump said my brother had Pete under. That was after that. Facts. So I don't know if Pete was with him before that, but I remember after that, Big Bump, I remember Pete was running with your brother, and I was like, yo. I'm like, that's the lethal combination. Because after I seen what Pete was made of after that night and running with your little brother, oh my goodness, I was like, that is a mess. Yeah, he said my brother had Pete on his wing. Pete was a beast. All right. So so Pete, he was after he did that, he said, Rye, what you want to do? What you want to do? I said, because this is me. I'm always like that. I'm still like this. I call it when a dog put his tail between his legs, you let him be. I always live that. When a person plays their position, you let them be. And Big Bump, sorry, made them put their tail between their legs because nobody had nothing to say. And I'm not talking about LIL. I'm talking about the ones who was doing that, the ones who was there, who was a part of it. Because LIL wasn't in that mess. All right? Now, ain't nobody had no energy for it. And when Pete shut them all down, and he was like, and I was like, it's done. I'm like, I'm good. He was like, Pete wanted blood. He was like, nah, you sure? He said, literally, he said, go punch one in the face. And I damn near hit. I said, this is crazy. Yo, guys, understand something. This is crazy what I'm seeing. These guys are gangsters. These guys are tough. I'm not going to play. I'm not going to make it seem like they're not tough. They are. They could fight and whatever, right? But I've never seen this thing. This thing blew my mind. This is what I meant by, and this saying wasn't out back then, because it's the 80s. Keep that same energy. It made me see a whole nother level of, I can't respect that. I don't respect that. I don't respect that at all. So I said, nah, Pete, I'm good. He's like, you sure? I'm like, because I'm seeing them, they look like Ussy. They look Ussy. Facts. So then I remember everything calmed down. They went back over there. We was in the parking lot a little bit. I don't remember if I don't think I said, that's why I said to you on the live, Big Bump, thank you. Because I don't remember if I told you thank you then. But, I just remember it calmed down. Then that was it. Then I remember after that, Bump, they never said nothing again. Bump, they act like that never happened. But one thing from that day, Big Bump, I would never not tote a gun again. I remember from that day, I'm like, no one will ever catch me where I can be outnumbered and these snakes. Now that's not a good thing, but I'm just telling y'all that was my mental. I was gun toting from that time on. Okay, thank you. Bump said you did. Tell him thank you. Okay, thank you, Bump. He said he always liked my style. Thank you, King. I appreciate it. Hold on, let me show this on the screen. This is my big brother. He said, yes, you did. And I always liked your style. Thank you, King. And I always liked your style. And I'm going to thank you again for stepping up for me and being a man of morality and fairness and wanting to see something fair. Because I live by that as well. Maybe that's why you liked, you were drawing towards my spirit. And thank you. Shout out to Pete, yo Boogie. Tell Pete I said thank you and I love him as well. All right. I never forget that. That was one of the most strongest things in my life when you and Pete stepped up for me, Bump. And y'all didn't have to. It was none of y'all business. It wasn't your place, So thank you. And thank you for Big Bump for being a positive role model for us growing up in the hood. Because as I said, now, of course, none of us are perfect. I'm quite sure he's done some things. I'm quite sure there's a person that say, I don't like him because he beat me up or something, right? But I've never seen Big Bump like negative, like doing. So thank you for being the role model for those who looked up to you and just kept on the right road, because you could have chose the wrong road too. Like a lot of us, me, your little brother, Pete. Pete got a lot of time in jail too, guys. Pete did a lot of years as well. Lost a lot of his childhood, right? So some of us, we chose the wrong path. So shout out to Big Bump for choosing, and for your little man. Congratulations for his little man graduating. You got a hell of a dad, your little big, your son, little Big Bump, because your son is big. I'm like, that dude is huge, right? So shout out to your little man. He said, I was and still am blessed. Thank you. So for your little man, your dad is an incredible human being. And a lot of us look up to him. And a lot of real tough, real strong dudes look up to your pops. They're talking to your son, Big Bump. A lot of them. Now your uncle's a beast. I don't know if you know about your uncle, Lil Bump. He's a beast. But your dad is a very powerful, strong, righteous man. And for those who follow after his footsteps, they did right. So shout out to Big Bump and shout out to Little Bump. Shout out to Biz. Let me bring it home. Bill Blass. So after the jumping and that, I still had a grudge on my shoulder, right? So, and I've always kept a gun. So now my energy is different. After that, you're welcome, Big Bump. After that, guys, I kept a chip on my shoulder and I was always strapped. And so I would be waiting for them to violate at any time. I'm glad they didn't, because I was triggered if any of them. Shout out to Crack, my boy. So later, I started to heal from it. I honestly never forgave Biz. But I forgive you now. Remember, we grew up in the hood. It's just beef stuff. It is what it is, right? You got to grow past it. It is what it is, right? But back then, I didn't. So I was always looking. But after a time, we got back on speaking. Biz had his respect. I had mine's. We still Parkside, Campbell Park legends, 98 Posse. There was time Biz went to jail. He came home. Everybody saying, what's up? He like, yo, what up, Ra? I'm like, yo, what up, B.I.? So we never spoke on it. I just want to bring it on home, right? And it was, no beef. It was what it was. You know what I mean? He a street legend, Hempstead, dark street legend, and I had a Hempstead dark street legend. We both from Parkside, Camel Park. It is what it is. From the hills. Y'all know when growing up you fight, whatever. I'm glad I didn't shoot and kill them. I'm glad none of them killed me, right? Now, with Bill Blass, I love Bill. So when I still had the grudge with Biz, I had the grudge with all of them. If anybody would have did something wrong, I would have popped them. I'm glad y'all did it. Just so y'all know, I would have popped y'all. I was looking for anybody to disrespect for a minute till I healed from it, till I grew up and got past it, like kiddie stuff, right? Now, with Bill Blass, I remember one time I seen him, and it's so funny. Shout out to Bill. I love Blass. I would see Bill, and Bill would get nervous. He had a right to, right? I could see him one time. He pulled up, and I was out there. I seen him like get back in his car and peel out. I'm like, you better. That's all. You better peel out, cause I ain't forgive you yet. But I like Bill. Bill's good. I like Bill, right? So then another time, I seen Bill, and I caught him off guard, and he got nervous, and I looked at him, but then I gave him the energy to let him know, like, man, I ain't about to, like, because Bill is my man. Bill ain't no punk, though. Don't get, I'm not saying like a punk Bill or nothing, but, it's beef. It's just, you know what I'm talking about. So I let him know, like, I ain't on that time. And then I could see a relief little in his face a little bit. I'm like, I'm over that, because it wasn't Bill's beef anyway. I did that. I took the chain off Bill. I feel bad for that a little bit too, because I could have dealt with it a different way, but I lost it, right? Because my chain, I like, So then I seen Bill in jail. This is the funny one. I'm in jail, and I'm established in jail. I'm established, meaning, we got our weight up in the dorm or whatever. And Bill came in, and that was the funniest thing in the world. People went, Bill Blass, everybody run to him, but I could see him keep looking out the corner of his eye. He kept looking, and my crew was over there, and I'm looking at him, and he like, and everybody's giving him pounds and packing him up, and he looking like, I could see him like, man, I might have to get up out this dorm. And I could feel the energy. It was so funny. And I let him feel the energy for a minute, right? And then I'm like, let me let him know. That's way later. I'm not. So I walked over. I'm like, Blass. He jumped. Like, what up, Rod? I'm like, look at you. You think I'm still on that? He said, come on, Rod. That stuff is old, Rod. He thought, come on, Rod. That stuff is old, Rod. Then I said, I know, Blass. I'm just messing with you. He's like, all right, man. We supposed to be on the same team, bro. I'm like, we are, Blass. It's all good. You good. I love you, bro. And we gave him a hug, and then he established himself. And then later on in the dorm, after he got established, he's gambling, getting his money up, and he Bill Blass. You know what I mean? So I want to bring it home, let y'all know ain't no hard feelings. This ain't no, I don't have hard feelings to Biz or nobody. Biz, you hurt me. That hurt my heart because I looked up to you. Big Mike, you hurt my heart because I looked up to you. Anybody else who hit me, I don't know that you hit me. So hopefully, Rock, you didn't hit me. I don't think so, because Rock never fronted on me. I hope you didn't hit me. Crack, you probably hit me, because me and Crack had fights, but Crack, my boy. Shout out to Crack, right? See, I could fight and live to have another day, right? But they hurt my heart. That's what I'm just telling y'all, all right? Shout out to Lil Bump. Congratulations from being home, and I know, may the Most High bless you in your life, big Lil Bump. May you just raise your, family and just stay on the right path like I'm trying to do. Make sure nobody, Big Bump, don't let nobody flip your switch. Because you got that temper. You've been to hurt somebody, end up in jail again. Shout out to Big Bump, my heart. And thank you, Big Bump. And shout out to Pierre. And thank you, Pierre. Another one down. Uncle Yahshua, 25 to Life, Testimony TV. I've tried to make it 2.5 hours. It's never going to happen. I'm like, here we are, 4.5 hours. I'm like, I would have had to break it up. I should have did the little bump story, and then I should have did the big bump story, and then it would have been 2.5 hours or so, right? That would have been perfect. I don't know why I didn't do that. I should have just did the little bump story, and then next week did the big bump story. But 4.5 hours. All right. So thank y'all everyone for joining me over on Facebook. Salute to Big Bump and to your family. Salute to everybody who came in New York City and Facebook. This is the testimonies of my story. Thank you, Yak Dylan said another one. He said, love you, bro. Keep doing, fam. I love the stories. You're welcome, Big Bump. And we got much more to come. More other people, everyone who had an effect in my life. I've stayed more coming. So shout out to everyone who support the channel, for everyone on Facebook, everyone on YouTube. More to come. Thank you. The moral of the story is this. You know, I always got to have a moral because I'm a minister. You never know what effect you have in people's life, right? The young, especially the youth. You never know who's looking up to you. You never know. The scripture says, do right by the next person. Big Bump said he always believed in fairness and a fair fight. Don't always do right by people. If you can help someone, then help them. You see, just the world is full of darkness. We're called to be each other's keeper. We're all brothers and sisters, children of the Most High. I know the world don't paint it that way, but that's how we are. That's really what we are. But we don't know how to look at ourselves like that. There's so much darkness in the world against us. We be causing each other harm and pain. Yeah, I did the same things that y'all doing to the youth. But so much of this could end your life. My heart of helping others, I guess the Most High sent Big Bump and Pierre to help me. Do unto others as you want done unto yourself. Big Bump said, the word says, blessed be to the peacemakers, for they shall be the children of God. Let me put that on the screen. Big Bump says, the scripture says, blessed be to the peacemakers, for they shall be the children of God. And that's what we're called to be, children of the Most High, in his image. The peacemaker, take care of the widow, the downtrodden, the homeless, the orphan, take care of those who are weaker. I've always had that spirit. And things, you get what you give. Okay? Blessed be the peacemakers. That's how we're going to end this with Big Bump's scripture. Blessed be the peacemakers, for they shall be the children of the Most High God, the Most High Yah, the Most High Creator, whatever name you want to call him, the Creator. If you're in his image, then you'll be a peacemaker. You'll be one to help instead of hurt and harm. I love you all. Uncle Yahshua, 25 to Life Testimony TV. Keep it functional. Y'all know the motto. Now, this is the thing. Everybody talk about keep it real. Keep it real for the Most High. And
Bust it, you know what it is. Bust it.
Bust it. Bust the darkness with the light. Keep it real. You know what it is. Testimony TV. Another one down. Hold on. Somebody over on Facebook. Eliza Wanja. Shout out to Eliza Wanja over on Facebook. Love the Most High, y'all. Oh, I did the whole rest of the thing and nobody told me. That sucks. I did the whole end of the video with me small and the thing big. It was supposed to be like this. Oh, well, that what happened. So I messed up. And nobody in the chat told me I'm going to kick y'all butt, everybody at home. Look, now she talking about something you small. You ain't tell me back then, a lot of y'all. I'm coming all the way to the Bronx, a lot of y'all. Ain't nobody say, you small. So now at home, people, oh man, that's not cool. So whatever, it is what it is. That's because when I tell the story, you're supposed to see my inflections and all that, and I was all small. No, I ain't wanted it that way. When I tell a story, I want me to be big so people could see me telling the story. All right. Well, it's already done. All right. Love the Most High, y'all. I see y'all. Everybody, I'm doing the Bible study. Well, history study tomorrow. I'm bringing out some ancient history. I don't know what it's going to be about. But Eastern Standard Time, 8:30 p.m. on YouTube and on Facebook. Uncle Yahshua Truth, Mashiach Assembly Ministries. And for everybody else, the 25 to Life, I see y'all next week, every Thursday, Eastern Standard Time, around 8:30 p.m. All right, we out of here. I love y'all. Be the light in the darkness. Do right by your neighbor. Do right by the next person. All right, see y'all on the next one.
This is 25 to Life with Uncle Yahshua. You wanna know why they call me Lucky Lucha? They call me Lucha cause I like to talk that choo-chee. All the time on the grind, getting that doochie. This is a little story on 25 to Life with Uncle Yahshua. Like and subscribe for more incredible stories every week.
Police are on the scene of a triple homicide on Long Island. It happened overnight at a home in Hempstead.
I'm from Hempstead.